Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He filled the brim for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward. On it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Pick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Ball's one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
The final game of a sensational Saturday, and it's a contest with huge ramifications for the top eight. The Hawks have won their past four. They can move into fourth with a victory in the West over the Fremantle Dockers. While for the Dockers, after a disappointing performance last week against Sydney that raised plenty of questions about what their aspirations are for 2025, they know win tonight against the Hawks and they will move back into the top eight. An enormous contest ahead of us here on ABC Sport. Great you could join us here at Perth Stadium. Don't worry though, we will also keep you right across the game at the MCG between the Tigers and the Bombers, so you won't miss any of the scoring that takes place at the MCG. But with Fremantle taking on Hawthorn, good you could join us wherever you happen to be on ABC Sport around the country. Clint Wilden with you in commentary. Mitch Turner is alongside me. Welcome to you, Mitch.
Great to be here, Clinton. I'll tell you what, if you don't have the ABC Listen app, you'd want to get it because there is that much sport going on at the moment. Wimbledon as well, the footy, of course, double headers, NRL if you're a league fan, so plenty going on.
Cricket starting as well.
Yep.
The third test against the West Indies getting underway at, 2:30 WA time, 4:30 if you're on the east coast of the country. If you want to listen to Richmond versus Essendon, you can do that on the ABC Listen app.
It really is the best app, and you don't have to sign up. It's just easy. Turn it on. Enough for plugging the ABC Listen app. Looking forward to what should be a really good game tonight. Hawthorn coming over here to take on the Dockers. As you said, that Fremantle Football Club a stumble last week, and they'll hope that's all it is given they'd won their previous six. And the Hawks, well, it's the time of year you want to get hot, and they might be one of those sides that's starting to get on a run. We've seen the Giants win, and the Hawks might be there right alongside them. It's so close in the top 9 sides at the moment, so 8-point game, as we say all the time, Clint. It really is.
It's a great cliche, but it's also true. Subs, by the way, have been named for this one. Dudley for the Dockers and McGuinness for Hawthorn, which I'll be honest, I found interesting because when you get a tagger coming straight into a side, as the Hawks have done with McGuinness, bringing him back for the first game since round 13, I obviously thought, maybe they've been having a close eye on what St Kilda did and then Sydney did so effectively with Caleb Sarong, who had his worst return last week against the Swans, 11 disposals for one of Fremantle's prime movers since he had from his very third game, not first, but third game back in 2020. So he has been well held, but not to be the case. McGuinness is starting on the subs bench, and just repeating, it's Dudley for the Dockers. No late changes, but of course Fremantle are without their captain, Alex Pearce. Didn't get up, still troubled a little bit by the leg injury that saw him miss a number of games before last week. And they've omitted Erasmus, so McDonald is in, Switkowski comes in too. The two ins for Hawthorn, Cal Shadir and McGuinness to the subs bench. Ramsden omitted and Mitchell is out. Delighted to be joined by our experts here in the West ahead of this one, the Dockers and the Hawks. Dual premiership player, Australian Football Hall of Famer Peter Bell, welcome to you, and alongside you, former Dockers captain, former All-Australian Incara Antonio. This is a huge game for both of these clubs.
Yeah, it is. I'm looking forward to this contest tonight, Clint. Off the back of a pretty disappointing performance or start to the game, I suppose, from the Dockers last week against the Swans. And you're right, they got, I reckon it's the second week in a row, they got smacked inside in the contest. They got smacked inside the contest against St Kilda, but got the chocolates in the end. So I'm looking to see how that midfield kind of ruck battle happens and occurs across this evening, because no doubt that would have been a focus for the Dockers off the back of the last 2 weeks. And you're right, Sarong was a little bit quiet last week, 11 disposals, along with Jordan Clark off the halfback, which they did their homework, the Sydney Swans, and got into him early and nullified his impact. So looking forward to seeing these two teams play out tonight. A lot at stake, obviously, for the Dockers wanting to cement their spot in the top 8, and then obviously the Hawks top 4. So looking forward to this contest, Belly.
Yep, good evening, everyone, and well summed up, Clinton, Cara. It's going to be a fascinating match. A little bit of rain just starting to fall as well, which will be interesting if we get more of that through the evening. It's been relatively dry for the majority of the day, but just a little bit right now. And an interesting move with McGuinness coming to the sub role. I initially thought when he was named it might have been Jordan Clark more than Caleb Sarong. Just McGuinness I've seen play more as that defensive forward, but as it stands, looks like a bit of insurance, or maybe he's got a completely different role if and when he's injected into the game. Will Connor Nash do that role around Sarong at stoppage? We know how dangerous Caleb is. He's number 1 for centre clearances and number 6 over the season in the AFL for clearances overall over the course of the season, and well held last week. And you're right, Cara got absolutely smoked Fremantle at clearance, centre clearance goals to Sydney in the first half. They were dominant. Took a long time for them to respond, and it's such a key part of Fremantle's game. Number 1 clearance team in 2024. They've come off a little bit in that and been poor in the area the last couple of weeks, but it is the foundation of their game. Clearance, territory, lock it in, repeat entries, scored. They're not so much that big turnover game, that big defensive transition game, although they're doing more of that, and I suggest that's why their clearance game has come off a little bit, because they've had to give up a bit of that to get other parts of their game in a pretty healthy sort of state. But you're right, Hawthorn in good form. Really looking forward to the Meek v Darcy Jackson contest. Got a lot of time for Lloyd Meek. Worked a lot with him. A quality person, hard-working person. And in the end, he couldn't see a way past, forget about Luke Jackson, in his own mind, he couldn't see a way past Sean Darcy at the Dockers, and that's why he requested a trade, because he just didn't have the belief in his own ability and couldn't see a way past Sean. And it's been great to see him flourish at Hawthorn to the point where he's a very good ruckman at AFL level.
59 hit-outs last week, a career high for Lloyd Meek, so does come in terrific form. One of the talking points that we couldn't get away from this week, wherever you happen to be, was the Discussion originally started by David King on Fox Footy about the future of Justin Longmuir at the Dockers. They'd won 6 straight, but their loss to Sydney, which was disappointing, caused David King to raise all sorts of questions about whether he's the right man for the job, whether or not he'll be in charge in 2026. And Justin Longmuir, he hit back quite strongly, suggesting, well, he didn't know whether David had ever had to put a list together or build a culture. I was really surprised that Justin Longmuir, who normally just tends to ignore these sorts of criticisms, was so strident in his press conference this week, Peter Bell. So I liked what he had to say, and I know David wouldn't mind, and you know him pretty well, wouldn't be too concerned either, but it was unlike JL to do what he did and come out so strongly.
It is. It's out of the ordinary for Fremantle because all of those media conferences are carefully planned, strategised and debriefed before you actually have them. So that's a collective decision that the club was going to come out strongly in the face of that criticism from David King. And that is away from the usual way that they handle things, which is we'll worry about our own narrative internally. Everyone can have their opinions on the outside. We're not going to be influenced by it. Having said that, he was actually asked direct questions as well, so it's a little bit harder to continually bat away direct questions about a piece of criticism. I thought that in the situation and Fremantle's form with 6 wins in a row and then a narrow loss to a team that was on the improve in Sydney, that wasn't the time to be raising the criticism. I thought there was a little bit more credit to be given. But I don't really have a problem with it either. And I don't think Justin does that one isolated piece, but probably the feel that there seems to be an agenda with David and Justin and the club, and perhaps it's tipped over in their view. The bit that I didn't like, and I respect Justin for coming out strongly and defending himself and the club, but we spoke about it this morning, Clint. You don't need to have built a list, developed a game plan, and developed a culture to have an opinion that's right in Australian rules football. And that's what's good about the game. Everyone can have one. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. And if you close your mind off to all of those opinions all the time, you might just miss something.
Does it put extra pressure back on Fremantle's playing group this week? Because for him to come out so strongly, it puts even more focus on his players.
Well, I think it does. Look, the hope of every coach, and interested in Kara's views on this, is that you just go about your business and it's almost like a clockwork. It's like a machine. You elevate yourself to the right arousal level, you go out and you perform. But football's an emotional game as well. And where it will be a tad embarrassing and the criticism will come massively is if the playing group don't respond tonight, because then inevitably the question will be, well, if they back their coach in so strongly with words, where were the actions as well? And we spoke about it, Clint. It's great to back the coach in with words, and that's all you could do up until 6:10 this evening, but then we want to see the actions to back it up as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Belly. I think, words are just words. You've got to kind of go out there and perform. But again, does that mean that internally, the pressure is starting to build on JL, so he's feeling like he has to come out and kind of, back himself in and back the playing group and the footy club? They've been on an incredible trot. What was it, 6 in a row? And yeah, you're right. Again, Sydney, up in Sydney is always a tough ask, and they started slow. They were in the game, but I think tonight, I definitely don't think it's been talked about amongst the players about the press conference and what he said. The players know what they have to do, but again, they have to go out and do it. It's enough talk now. This is a massive game for Fremantle if they want to make the top 8 and play finals, and they need to make a statement tonight. And whether it's backing in the coach or the club, they need to back in themselves and what they're here to do, and that's play finals.
The players certainly would know about it. Back page of the local paper here, the West Australian, Luke Ryan, one of their key players, coming out and speaking strongly in defence of Justin Longmuir. So again, as you make the point, Billy, they're prepared to speak about it. They now have to follow it up with their actions.
Yeah, and here in Western Australia, so many of the players do so much media, which is great, but to then turn around and say, we're not aware of what the media narratives are, is just ridiculous, because if it's not you, then it's your family or your loved ones or your friends, or it is through your media commitments that you have a very good idea about what the football themes out there are.
linking it to coaches under pressure, Michael Voss has been under incredible pressure, mainly in Victoria, with Carlton's performance this year. And I guess the fans, the sentiment has been and the feeling has been that the fans and football fans alike would like the players to come together and to back the coach in with their performance and create a bit of an us against them narrative and galvanise the club. It hasn't happened so far for Carlton. They haven't really had that bounce back. Is that something that this can do for a team when you're going pretty well and then you get a bit of criticism to your leader, that you can galvanise a bit more and go, you know what, stuff them. This is us against them. We back our coaching, we back Justin Longmuir, and it brings you a little bit tighter. Is that something that can happen when these things happen? When you're going well?
Yeah, maybe. It's a hard thing to put your finger on exactly, but ironically, these kinds of discussions and the issues you've raised are exactly the opposite of Justin's philosophy of football. It's not in his mind, it's not an emotional game. You shouldn't need any of those sorts of levers to perform at your optimum. It's just prepare, have confidence in your preparation, and go and play your role and perform. Emotion, those types of things actually don't come into it with Justin, and you can agree or disagree with that, but I just find it ironic that that's what the conversation is about.
Peter Bell alongside Cara Antonio, our experts here tonight at Perth Stadium. We're building up for Fremantle versus Hawthorn. There is a game underway, Richmond versus Essendon. It's on the ABC Listen app if you want to listen to commentary of that wherever you happen to be. The Bombers kicking the first after Richmond scored a behind to begin. Sam Durham getting the first of the night for Essendon. They're 1 straight 6. The Tigers 1 behind. About 16 minutes to go in the opening term. We'll keep you right across that game at the MCG as we build up towards this battle that has, means so much for where these teams might finish in the top 8 a little bit later on. Now, we've spoken a bit about Justin Longmuir and David King's verbal stoush this week after Freo's lost to the Swans, but the Dockers coach actually had a lot of other things to say, including where he currently sees his group positioned.
Oh, we're growing, we haven't got the 250 gamers that some other teams have, so we're asking a lot of some of our other players. We're growing in that. We're growing with each experience. Like I said, I feel like we've learnt from some of the experiences last year and been able to hold on in tight games, being able to show some maturity in those games. Even on the weekend, the game wasn't going our way in the first half, but we were able to get the game on our terms. We left ourselves too much work to do and couldn't finish off in the last quarter, but we were mature enough to be able to stick at it and adjust and get the game back on our terms, especially around clearance and field position wise. So, you're never the finished product though in this game, and we're asking our players to evolve all the time and learn from their experiences and add to their games, and leadership's a big part of that.
And with Caleb, would you if you work out who the Hawthorn tagger could be? Would you, as the coach, say, right, this is the bloke that we've got to keep an eye on today and take energy out of his body, whatever it is you decide what tactics you'll use against him?
Yeah, clearly we need to be better at that, Barra. Yep. We need to support Caleb more, or Andy, or Jordan Clark for that matter, who got some attention on the weekend. We need to be able to support those guys. And we need to keep providing Caleb with options to be able to move to different areas of the ground. Had a bit of impact as a forward in the third quarter and kicked a goal, which was pretty important for us, and keep trying to evolve those things as we get some depth through the middle of the ground back. We can use Caleb in other areas and not be so reliant on him.
Do you expect there to be potentially increased physicality then in that sense if they do come after one of the star players from your side?
There's a lot of different ways we can do it, and it's not always about physicality. It's about being able to manipulate the stoppage. But you can only manipulate the stoppage if you're all on the same page and the other players are working with Caleb. So there's a few different aspects to it.
I don't think you want to agree with this, but it feels like it's a virtual mini final this weekend because you're playing Hawthorn. If you beat them, you'll draw level with them. It's at Optus. They're two teams that are fighting for the 8. It's almost like finals like pressure, isn't it?
And that's what you get this time of the year. There'd be 9 other clubs or 8 other clubs in similar position, and even more so because Sydney, they're fighting for their season as well, and maybe Port Adelaide and some of these clubs. We have to deal with that, and the outcome-based talk and noise becomes really loud this time of the year. And what we've got to be really good at is making sure we remain really process orientated, focus on winning the day, winning each meeting, winning each training session, and making sure we prepare really well. And not write any of those stories, because you're right. I do it win this week and this and that, and you start playing out these stories in your head, and they're all based around outcomes. And trust me, they don't help players perform on weekends.
Just like you said, Peter.
I hadn't heard that before. One of the issues for me with that, and I agree with a lot of what Justin was talking about at the start of that press conference when he was talking about growing with each experience. But the bit that just gnaws away at me is that is not in alignment with what CEO and President have said at season launches and at other times. It's just not. Because there's a lot to say that, yes, Fremantle are a young team, they're still growing, which they are. That's factual. But that is not, one hand on the Premiership Cup or close to the Premiership Cup. There's a misalignment there, and that's the bit that is gnawing away at me and other people.
But time is now. And from listening to Justin Longmuir then, the time is just the next contest.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the two.
Yeah, and there is still time to get to that point. So the person who laughs last laughs loudest, and there is still a lot to play out, and maybe they will end up winning finals and putting themselves in the position to win it all, if not this year, but very soon. But sometimes you want to see a consistency in the language from everybody, particularly the leaders at the club.
Score check at the MCG. Bombers have still kicked the only goal there. About 12 and a bit minutes to play in the first term. They're 1 straight 6. The Tigers 2 behind. So we'll keep you right across that one. There is a call available on the ABC Listen app. Before we move on to have a look at Hawthorn, I'm really just keen for both of you, and I know we've sort of had this discussion at times throughout the last couple of weeks, but what do you do out there if one of your players is getting tagged? If they do try to clamp down on Sarong, and we have seen both with St Kilda and Sydney, not just in the most recent games, but even earlier in the year, if you can make Sarong's life really challenging, Fremantle struggle. So if that does happen tonight, if Hawthorn sends someone to Sarong and he is, whether you call it a run-with player, whether you call it a tag, or whether you call it just playing on someone, Sarong's not having the impact that Fremantle need him to have. JL spoken about it a little bit, but what do you do if you're one of the other players out there? How do you try to assist one of your keys get some of the football?
Well, the person to my right would have been tagged a lot, and I spoke about it this morning. It was great to share some time on Sports Talk, and I feel like as a tagged player, there's a checklist. So the checklist is generally, I'm going to play on my opponent and I'm just going to beat them head to head. That's your starting point. That's where most people will go into a game. It's a little bit defensive to go into a game and think, well, I'm going to totally change my natural game as one of the best players on the team who's been identified for the attention. I'm just not going to concede straight away. So I'm going to take it on. At a very early stage, if you feel that it's not working for you, I think that the next point on the checklist is I'm going to manipulate this opponent into positions to take something away from them, to set things up for my teammates in and around stoppage. I'm going to make 2-on-1s. I'm going to go and stand in space where I know they don't want representation to be. I'm going to make it easy for my teammate. And then number 3, it might be a positional change. I might take my opponent forward. I might take my opponent back. I might take my opponent away from stoppage, all those sorts of things. In and around that, there needs to be, from the rest of the team, an awareness of what is going on. I feel like good teammates will find ways to get you the ball, get you into the game, provided you're doing your thing in the contest and you're being tough. I think they need to physically be helping you out and attacking the tagger and putting physical pressure on the tagger, because I can tell you what, the tagger's getting supported by all of his or her teammates as that's going on, and it can feel very lonely and very isolated if you feel as a player you're not getting supported by your teammates and you're not getting supported by your coaching staff in this battle that's going on the field. Again, that is provided you're doing your bit. You're not throwing the towel in. You're not getting too emotional and making it all about yourself, but you need to be supported. And I didn't feel Fremantle did that for Caleb Sarong, and I feel that's happened a few times. And I just compare it to what Collingwood do for Nick Dacos, and it is so evident. And there's the blueprint, Fremantle, right in front of you. So just grab some of that and do it. And if you're not emotionally mature enough to be able to handle that sort of let's call it byplay in a game, you need to learn. because there's big targets around Caleb Serong and big targets around Jordan Clark, and the bigger the game, the more other coaches will go to that strategy. Because right now, if you take Caleb Serong out of the game and he touches the ball less than 20 times, their record is 1 win, 3 losses. More than 20 possessions, I think they're 6-3 or something like that. So it's a pretty persuasive stat.
If you break down the season in half, so there's been 16 games Fremantle have played. Caleb Strong's lowest 8 disposal games, they're 2-6. So when he's better than his average, they win.
And back to your first point, Bally, we both know him. He's a very competitive individual, and he would hate that he's been beaten in the contest. So a lot of that probably rides on his shoulders, wanting to go head-to-head and beat his opponent. But you're 100% right. You took the words right out of my mouth. Just watching the way that Collingwood go about protecting Nick Dacos and freeing him up, and the selfless acts of other mids to come off their player and block for him, 2-1s, just to create a bit of space. But Nick Dacos's running ability and patterns are elite, obviously, for those that watch him live and at home. That you're right, Fremantle and the midfield group at Fremantle could take a lot out of that, because it is the blueprint of how to break a tag and how to win games of footy from contest.
Thoughts of Cara Antonio, AFLW All-Australian, former Dockers captain, alongside Hall of Famer Peter Bell, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner. As we build up here at Perth Stadium, waiting the teams running out for Fremantle versus Hawthorn. The Hawks looking to win a 5th straight game. The Dockers looking to bounce back after last week's loss to Sydney, and for them climb back into the 8. There have been 2 quick goals kicked by Richmond at the MCG, so they lead now 2-3-15 to Essendon 1 straight 6. Sam Banks kicked their first, and Taj Houghton got their second. On debut, terrific story, and I know, Billy, you're a huge rap for what this young man has hopefully going to be able to do in the AFL.
Yeah, he had some dreadful luck in his draft year doing an ACL in his time. I can't remember if it happened at Sandringham or at school footy, but he did his ACL and he slid in the draft back to 12, which is not a huge slide, by the way, but such is the level of talent that he has. And ironically, he has a lot of attributes that are Shea Bolton-like. And so when Richmond called out Taj Houghton's name, I think a few were thinking, well, we've lost Shea and we've been well compensated for it, but hopefully this guy can produce similar sorts of performances, and it's great to see him on the board early and recovered from that ACL, which is a dangerous injury, as we all know.
Richmond by 9 points, about 9 minutes to play in the first quarter at the MCG. Now, talking about the Hawks, one of the key challenges they'll have will be dealing with Freo's 2 rucks in Luke Jackson and Sean Darcy, and here's their coach Sam Mitchell speaking about that earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, they're formidable rucks, and they've both got some potencies that are a bit different. So I think normally when you play against a really dominant ruck, they have one set of skills and you prepare for that one thing. Whereas I think the thing with Freo is, they got the big brute in Sean, but then with Luke they can go with athleticism and a bit of jump and a bit of follow up. So Lloyd's gonna have his work cut out, making sure that he can manage both tasks.
You look at what Sydney did with them with Sarong and Hayden Shatton on him.
Yeah, I mean, Sarong's been a great player for a long time now, and Brayshaw's probably hurt us a couple of times in the past. So balancing up those 2 matchups, and I'm still having nightmares about Nasiah, but Clark I think has been in fantastic form. They did a really good job on him as well last week, Sydney. So looking at managing those things, balancing up, getting their key players out of the game, but also playing our own way and making sure that we, are playing a brand of footy that we think will be sustainable and get success this weekend, but also ongoingly. So managing those things, hopefully we can quell their influence while still playing our own way.
Did you get out of Wrexham's visit on Tuesday? Was there anything you gleaned from that?
I think Wrexham, it's been an amazing story. I think everyone's followed them with a great amount of interest in the first part about this, celebrity owner, and but then they're actually backing it up, gone from competition to competition to competition, and to be a sort of worldwide figure in the way that they are and the way they go about it. I think when you look at the size of their organisation, it's quite similar to ours. We can sometimes go over to the Premier League, and very hard to compare where their academies, 4 or 5 times bigger than our organisation. But Wrexham is a similar sized business, so there's plenty of learning there, and potentially some opportunities to do some PD at the end of the season and continue to learn from a professional organisation and a different code.
Always fascinating, the story of Wrexham. I know Mitch Turner's a big fan of Welcome to Wrexham. I've seen the series as well. They got a win last night against Melbourne Victory. Scored 3-0. So the Hawks will be hoping that they can do something similar, maybe kick a few more goals than that on the way through, but perhaps the success of Wrexham might be able to just brush off on the Hawks. They've raised their banner up here at Perth Stadium. We're about to see the introduction of the Hawthorn Footy Club. First time that they've travelled to WA this season. They're taking on the Dockers. Tom Barras back in the West. Not up against his old club, of course, in the West Coast Eagles, but the first time he's been back here since the 2018 Premiership player headed across to join Hawthorn at the end of last season. The Bombers have kicked themselves another goal in the game at the MCG. They trail by 3 points. Richmond at 2-3-15 to Essendon 2-12. So Elijah Satis kicking the goal there for the Bombers. So we'll keep you across that game as I've continued. And Nate Caddy's about to stroll in from about 45 metres out. Kicks not too bad. 45-degree angle to the left, and he's been able to put it through for a goal for the Bombers. So Nate Caddy giving Essendon back the lead with 7 minutes to play in that opening term. 3 straight 18 to Richmond 2-3-15. Umpires are out on the ground. Just keen to get, before we get the full preview, Jack Gunston has kicked 12 goals in his past 3 games. 3 last week against the Saints, 7 against North. He, Chol and Watson, they make a really potent forward line when you think between them. 38 goals with Gunston, 32 with Chol and 23 with Watson. How do Fremantle handle that tonight? That is an enormous challenge.
Easier said than done, and particularly Gunston, the guile, the craft, the timing of what he does, and just his understanding of space and also his teammates' space. He's a wonderful forward who's kicked a lot of goals and created a lot of scoring opportunities for his teammates. There's one other player that we can't sleep on, and it's interesting you just spoke about Nate Caddy, who's a young forward that footy fans, particularly Essendon fans, are going to love for a long period of time. But there's a player at Hawthorn, Cal Shadir, who in his debut year was phenomenal, was doing some things that I thought were astounding for a young key forward. And I have him alongside Caddy, alongside Logan Morris, who's really flourishing at Brisbane as one of... well, that trio in particular, some of the more exciting young key forwards. So add him into the equation. The rain will be an interesting thing too, Clint. Hawthorn left out Max Ramsden, who'd been doing a pretty good job, and Sam Mitchell spoke about rain. And at the other end of the field, you do wonder if there is a bit more rain. Darcy, Jackson, Voss, Amos, Tracy. Could Fremantle be going into this game a little bit too tall? So we'll have to wait and see on that. But it's a very potent forward line, and Fremantle are going to have their hands full, and in particular without Alex Pearce. Oscar McDonald's a serviceable player who gives his all, but they would dearly love to have had Alex Pearce out there for one of those matchups, Juddy.
Well, they've got such a great balance. I think the Hawks up forward, you know, you mentioned Kalshadir, Gunston, Chol even, they're talls, but then, you know, Moore, Watson and Ginnivan even, their smalls get to work at ground level and so exciting ahead of the footy. So definitely the Fremantle defenders are going to have their hands full. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how that plays out if the rain does fall. Because, yeah, when ball comes in dirty along the ground, chaos ball, we know that the Fremantle Dockers love to intercept it from their halfback and then go. It may look a little bit different if the ball comes in along the ground and the small Hawthorn forwards get to work and start hitting the scoreboard. So, yeah, one to watch. I know last week they had 14 marks inside 50, the Hawks, and they scored 8 goals too from those marks. So, again, depending on the weather, but it's something that they like to hit up those hit-up leads, and they like to go back there, especially Gunston. He's so serviceable and so good in front of the sticks with his set shots. So, yeah, one to watch tonight for sure.
Who do we all think is the matchup for Gunston? Well, I've been thinking about this today. Is it Luke Ryan? Is it because you think Cox is going to have to play on Chol?
I think
maybe McDonald.
Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman's the other one that definitely Fremantle could play. He's got this sort of range.
Yeah.
And he is quite nimble, even in his more senior years, Jack Gunston. But it's more the timing and the craft that he has. So the moment that you lose concentration as a defender, or he manipulates you to look away or whatever it is, and then he's gone. He's so quick to react, Jack Gunston. So it's going to be fascinating to see who actually gets the matchup.
You get these weird links, don't you? Just spoke about Welcome to Wrexham. Well, Rob McElhenney, who's one of the owners of Wrexham, one of his TV shows is It's always sunny in
Sunny in
Philadelphia.
Philadelphia.
Well, the banner for the Dockers says it will always be sunny in Fremantle. That's SONNY. Speaking of Michael Sun Walters, who will, at half-time, be around the grounds. Just a walking lap of honour, who, of course, announced his retirement last week. One of the Dockers' all-time greats. So Fremantle continuing to pay tribute to Michael Walters, whose AFL career has come to an end. He'll have a walk around the ground at half-time. The Dockers have burst through the banner. They're out on the ground. The Hawks warming up to the left of our broadcast position. That's the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. And the Dockers heading out to the city end to the right of where we're broadcasting from on the northern wing. Another score check for you from the MCG, and the Bombers still there, lead by 3 points. 4 and a bit minutes to play in the first term. They're up 3 straight 18 to the Tigers 2-3-15.
Just on that, if you are looking for that Bombers game against Richmond, a couple of texts came through. The AFL Extra button, if you're scrolling across. So if you're looking through the ABC Listen app and you're wondering why you're hearing Fremantle v Hawthorn, the AFL Extra button, it'll be right there as well, or you can search it. That's how you can hear that game. So for those that have texted us on 0437 774 774, AFL Extra button is where you can hear Richmond and Essendon going head-to-head in the eastern states.
So I've just opened up my app to show you how simple it is. It'll open up and I've got ABC Sport, which is where you can find the Rugby League, Sport Extra, which is the British and Irish Lions against the Anzac team, the invitational side. And then there's ABC Perth, because I'm biased, the local. Then there's ABC AFL. And then next to that, the AFL Extra button. If you click on that, you'll be able to find what you're looking for. Hopefully that all works out for everybody. Fremantle on the ground. So too are the Hawks. We'll be back in just a moment and we'll give you the full preview from our experts. Hall of Famer Peter Bell, dual premiership player too, of course. And alongside him, former Dockers AFLW captain and an All-Australian in Cara Antonio. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and of course on the ABC Listen app, look for the AFL button. This is Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Don't miss a minute of the action. Live from Wimbledon. On now.
Take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
It's an enormous game for both of these football clubs. The Hawks trying to work their way into the top 4. They will do so tonight if they can take the points off Fremantle in the West. While the Dockers, after 6 straight wins, found themselves on the wrong side of plenty of criticism by losing to Sydney by 11 points at the SCG last week. Will they be able to respond and fight their way back into the top 8? So much to play for between these two teams. The Dockers and the Hawks. How will it all pan out? Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Let's find out what our experts think. Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Well, I feel so far, Cara, that it's been a weekend of statements, a lot of statement games. We saw that from the Gold Coast against Collingwood, and even Collingwood, just their ability to respond against that first half position. But again today, Adelaide very strong against the Western Bulldogs. And GWS against Geelong as another sort of one of those 8-point games, if you like. And I think tonight offers that as well. If Hawthorn can come over here and defeat Fremantle, which hasn't happened too often in recent times for the Hawks, then that's going to be a big statement. And if Fremantle can overcome the disappointment of last week, get their season back on track against a quality team like Hawthorn, then that'll get some of the critics off their back and continue their momentum, which is pretty considerable, really. 6 in a row and a narrow loss against Sydney, and keep them in touch not only with the top 8 but also chasing that top 4 as well.
Yeah, you're so right, Belly. A lot at stake for both clubs, and Clint mentioned it. Top 8 spot up for grabs for the Dockers, and then obviously Hawthorn knocking on the door of the top 4 coming into the back end of the season. So we've spoken about it time and time again. It will be won and lost in the contest tonight. Really looking forward to the ruck battle. Lloyd Meek up against his old side, and again, such a great person, but has come such a long way since making the move over to Hawthorn. And then inside, like, I can't wait to see Jai Newcombe do what he does in the flesh. Love what he does and how he goes about it. But no doubt Sarong will want to, respond, I suppose, to last week's performance in being tagged out of the game. And it'll be an arm wrestle, no doubt, for the entirety of the game, and hopefully a really close contest up until the final siren tonight.
Yeah, I feel like the game promises to be a bruising kind of game. The ball will be in a contest a lot. There's been a little bit of rain around here in Perth today, so it's going to be tough. I think there's going to be a lot of stoppages, and Fremantle have been renowned as being a really good stoppage team for a long time. They lowered their colours. In fact, they got smoked by Sydney last week, so can they use Darcy and Jackson? Sarong, Brayshaw, O'Meara's another one. Bolton spending a lot of time in centre square. Can they get the ascendancy? Because they do rely on it a lot. And if they can rely on that to get their territory, get their repeat entries, and put Hawthorn under pressure as they try and exit their D50, I think that is the look of the game that what Fremantle are looking for. And Hawthorn are a team that love the ball in transition. They get a lot of score from transition. They're very good rebound 50 to forward 50. So that's an element of their game. But I don't know. I don't know if it's backed up by the stats, but I feel like Hawthorn are a team that, if they want to, they'll go against the pattern of what they've done in a season or even in a game. Yeah. I think that's how much respect I have for Sam Mitchell, both in how educated his group are, but his willingness to try something different if he doesn't like the feel of a game. And you can see that positionally with players like Hardwick and also Sicily, but also they can switch from being a territory team to suddenly being a possession team, from being a stoppage winning team to being more of a transition footy team. And I just feel that makes for a really exciting team to watch, along with their very obvious talent.
They are, according to champion data as well, Hawthorn, the hardest team to go from defensive 50 to forward 50 against, which has been the biggest knock on Fremantle when they play that slow play over the last 2 or 3 years, where Justin Longmuir has probably come under the most fire. So it's a big challenge.
It is, which means clearly clearances again are just going to be so valuable tonight. So over to you, Sean Darcy, over to you, Luke Jackson, to give the Fremantle midfielders the first look.
You talked about them being very tall up forward still, the Dockers. Is there an element of that might try to... They've kept Voss, Amos and Tracy in that forward line still to make James Sicily more accountable, because we know he loves to play the roll-off player, and sometimes he'll have to get drawn into playing tall. Is there another reason just to try and make them more accountable? And Barris as well, who he loves to drop off. Is that part of it, do you think?
I think it's more just that's who Justin Longmuir has the most confidence in at the moment, the three forwards. I do feel like potentially it might be a little bit too tall, the three forwards and two rucks. So a key part for Fremantle and that forward pressure is actually one player, and that's Sam Switkowski. Him coming back into the team, he's their best forward 50 pressurer. He's the best at understanding structures and helping out his teammates to be in the right positions to put on that forward pressure as well. So they've really missed him. They've been getting beaten considerably like for like, forward 50 tackles the last few weeks, and Sydney dominated them in that respect last week. So Sam will help Fremantle with that, but it is also around the forwards weighing in to put some forward pressure on as well, the tall forwards.
And you're right, Switkowski almost took that position away from Lockie Schultz when he went to the Pies. You've also got Dudley as the sub, which I think may or may not come into play depending on the weather a bit earlier if they need some smalls up ahead, because he just provides something different. So silky, skilled, and has such a great goal sense. Can set him up really, really well. So, yeah, you're right. Forward half game for both teams will be no doubt circled on the board prior to the game.
James Sicily was forced to wait a long time at the toss because Andy Brayshaw and Caleb Sarong were having a discussion over who was going to take the coin toss. Andy Brayshaw took it. James Sicily won it for the Hawks, though, and they will kick to the Farmer Freeway end of the ground and the Fremantle Dockers to the city end. So Hawthorn to the left of your radio dial.
Let's find out what it's like downstairs. The skies, for the moment, have cleared. It's not raining, which I reckon Akash Fodaday will be delighted about. Welcome, Akash.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, very happy about it. There are showers forecast throughout the evening, but it is clear at the moment and not too breezy at ground level either. There is a little bit of water across the surface, though, so it will still be slippery for the players. Looking over to the benches for Fremantle, Murphy Reid, Jager O'Meara, O'Driscoll and Banfield starting on the bench. Isaiah Dudley is the sub. And for Hawthorn, Giath, McKenzie, James Warple, Connor McDonald are on the bench. And Finn McGuinness is the sub for the Hawks.
Quarter time at the G. It's Richmond who have hit the front. 3-4-22 to Essendon, 3 straight 18. Jaden Short giving the Tigers the lead just before quarter time. We'll keep you across that one. But our focus now turns to this battle. They started the week in 5th and 9th respectively. The winner can move up a genuine spot for the Hawks into the top 4 with victory in the West. For the Dockers, they can move back into the 8s. How does it play out? It's Fremantle and Hawthorn at Perth Stadium on ABC Sport. To get us started, Mitch Turner with you.
The former Docker, Lloyd Meek, standing across from the man who he couldn't get past in Sean Darcy. As they await the opening bounce here at Perth Stadium, and we're underway for Fremantle v Hawthorn, and Meek won the first tap straight down to Sarong, early touch. His kick went nowhere though in there. Newcombe for the Hawks, he's pushed off it. So too was Jackson crashing in. It spilled back to Newcombe on hands and knees. Got it to aim on the kick up the wing. Clark tracking back for Fremantle under the high ball. Was able to take it on the defensive side of the centre square in the end. He's called to play on and goes laterally by foot to left half back on the southern side of Perth Stadium, where Warner in the long sleeves was able to mark. Uses his full allocation, does Carl Warner. Kicks further up that southern wing, and a good mark taken by Lloyd Meek, opposed to Sean Darcy. A nice start for the Hawks ruckman up against his old side. Doesn't want to kick. He gives it by hand to Sicily. It's a shocking kick back inside defensive 50, all the way back deep near the goal line. Hardwick gathers under pressure from Bolton. Kicks outside defensive 50. Johnson punches it away from D'Ambrosio. Barras, though, got it back to D'Ambrosio. Then to aim on. Back to Barras. His handball misses the target. Turned over. Switkowski gives it to Johnson. Runs. Takes a bounce. Sees a man in the middle of the 50. Spots him. And it's Jai Amos drifting in. Takes the mark 15 metres out. Directly in front. And can go back and give Fremantle their first goal of the game inside of 2 minutes.
So important when you're down on form, you haven't been kicking goals, you get an early look. So important for Fremantle and Jai Amos that he kicks this straight. You couldn't see him missing it, but terrific kick from Matthew Johnson inboard.
This will be goal number 100 for Jai Amos in his career. From directly in front, he puts it through. Fremantle strike first on Saturday night at Perth Stadium. Jai Amos gets career goal 100. And the score is 1 straight 6. The Dockers, the Hawks yet to score. 2 minutes played. Mitch Turner alongside Clinton Wilden for ABC Sport. Our experts are Cara Antonio and Peter Bell.
Well, an absolute shank from Sicily going across goal. Shea Bolton started deep with Tracy in the goal square, so he was the one that put the pressure on the kicker. The high ball in just allowed Fremantle to get numbers over to the contest, and just pressed and pressed. Ended up turning the ball over, and you're right, just a little bit of composure there from Johnson. Fantastic kick inboard, didn't blaze away. Great slide there from Amos.
It's Luke Ryan who has the job on Jack Gunston, and Jackson and Darcy started in the centre square for Fremantle at both the first 2 centre bounces.
So here is Darcy, who do the ruck work on this occasion. Tapped forward by Meek, though. Came out to Brayshaw for the Dockers. Here's Jackson involved again. Hand pass over the top to Sarong. Kicks inside forward 50, but turns it over. And on back there. The marks for the Hawks. He'll put it out towards Meek. Marking for Hawthorn at left half back. Dockers with the first goal. Coming from Jai Amos. There's going to be a free kick here.
Reverse.
It's against Chol, I reckon, on Cox. That'd be my guess. It is only a guess.
That's 70 metres away. Wasn't even in the field of vision. And I don't have the binoculars up, Billy. Good spot. So Sarong gets given it and puts it inside forward 50 and Bolton marks. 49 out from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
Sarong started strong. 4 disposals. That last centre clearance just was allowed to kind of the ability to sneak around the back and get to space. Great handball over from Jackson, and just really nice composed kick there. Waited for the leading lane to open up for Bolton to come forward.
TV directors are also looking for the reason for the reversal. We haven't seen anything yet. Here comes Bolton, looking to give Fremantle a great start. From right on 50, it's out to the left-hand side. It's kept in play by Tracy. Spills out. Picked up here by Newcomb. Wheels around, runs through his defensive goal square. That's a lovely pass. Bullet-like to Moore. Takes the mark. And I think he wanted to play on here.
Are they saying it went over? They want to do a score review.
Oh, whether or not it has crossed the line. So we've
what
got
an anticlimax.
All the way back.
And if it's not a score review or if it's not a point, then it's really penalised Hawthorn, hasn't it? They're out and gone.
You'd be filthy if you're a Hawk and this isn't. But the right decision has been made. So they've got it right immediately on the score review. It wasn't kept in by Tracy. It's just crossed the behind line. So the minor score will count. 1-1-7, the Dockers. The Hawks yet to score. They get the ball back, though, Hawthorn. 5 gone in the first.
I always wonder what happens with the time clock in those instances. The kick out is marked strongly by Chapman. Just forward with the broadcast wing. Goes inbound to the Dockers to Warner. Little chip further inside the centre square to Clark. Every Hawthorn player in front of Jordan Clark as he stands in the centre circle. He kicks it inside the forward 50. Tracy out. Couldn't mark. Newcomb is there for the Hawks on ground level. He gave it to Watson. He thought he was taken high. Was expecting a whistle. None forthcoming. It'll be a ball up inside Fremantle's attacking 50. About 45 metres out from their goal. Darcy v. Meek. Darcy got a hand in front. Coming through and tackled immediately. Switkowski. Have another ball up still in that position.
How much chat do you think there'll be today between Sicily and Voss?
Two massive characters in the game, that's for sure. This time Meek won the tap down to Ward, to Morrison. It ends up with D'Ambrosio. Now Eamon at left half-back, back to D'Ambrosio. The two left-footers working well, but D'Ambrosio's kick up the wing is marked on the broadcast wing logo by Cox, and Fremantle have a chance to set up again.
He looks inboard. He'll measure the kick to Wagner. He'll go all the way to centre half-back where Clark marks. It's time to assess his options. Plenty of space to work with as well. He puts it into the middle of the ground, just on the defensive edge of the centre square. It's marked by Brayshaw. Cox is still in space at right half-back, and that's where Brayshaw kicks goes. Cox, that's a dangerous kick, low and flat, and it's been chopped off, getting in the way. McDonald for the Hawks. Has it just forward of left half-back. Goes on a little run, and they'll kick towards left half-forward. Coming out to meet it was Ryan. Got in front of his opponent and in front of Scholl, who was standing alongside McDonald, and punches it out over the boundary line. It's a throw-in left half forward here for the Hawks. The Dockers have the opening advantage. They're up 1-1-7. The Hawks yet to score. 7 gone in the first.
Two rucks stand very deep. Have to come up to meet it. Jackson and Meek. Jackson got two hands to it, trying to work it to O'Driscoll. Stolen by Newcomb. Off to Warple. The Hawks go inside the forward 50. Outstretching Deer couldn't take the mark. Ryan's there for Fremantle, under pressure from Gunston. They both dive in back after it. The umpire is circling and will ball it up about 35 metres out, directly in front of Hawks' attacking goal.
Might have been close for Luke Ryan there, dragging it in, but there was a huge pack on top of him, so maybe obscured from view.
Jackson reaches over the top of Meek, taps it down, coming through. O'Driscoll couldn't take possession, and once again Jackson lays the tackle, this time on Connor McDonald, and they'll go again, still 45 metres out. Directly in front, Hawks attacking. Meek taps it down to Newcomb through the stoppage. Found some space. His handball, though, couldn't find a teammate. Clark chops it off for the Dockers. Off to O'Meara by hand. Then to Ryan. Now O'Driscoll has it.
O'Driscoll will kick to the southern wing, but turns it over. Barras in front of Tracy. Great defensive mark for the Hawks.
Tracy not happy with the O'Driscoll kick.
Switch of play. Comes towards centre half back, and the Hawks will move it through Sicily. Now towards Ward. He marks it left half-back. Not a great kick, but well enough as Impey. Just dragged it in right up against the boundary line, shy of the interchange gates for the Hawks, who trail by 7. The Tigers lead by 3. 5 gone in the second term at the MCG over the Bombers. The kick towards left half forward. Scholl has done well. He's marked it up against Cox. 75 from goal, puts it into the left forward pocket. The spoil from McDonald on Gunston spills over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. About 30 out from the Hawks attacking goal. They're kicking to the left of our broadcast position. That's the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. They trailed the Dockers by 7 points. 9 gone in the first.
Still looking for their first major tonight. Hawthorn. Jackson v Meek again. Both got a hand to it. Johnson for the Dockers took possession. Meek became tackler. Took him to ground. Umpire circling. Holding the ball. Didn't have a lot of prior, Johnson, but the question will be, did he have one arm free with the ball in it? Because that's what the umpire was looking for. Lloyd Meek will have the free kick. 30 metres out. Slightly worse than 45-degree angle to the left.
To the naked eye, that looked a bit tough. But, great tackle. Pinned the arm, Lloyd Meek. So he did have that arm free. Really good tackle. And great follow-up from Meek. Obviously, was in the right contest and then followed up with the ground ball tackle. Now he's got a chance to hit the scoreboard for the Hawks.
The former Docker amongst the boos, kicks on goal and misses. This is his moment for now, Lloyd Meek. It's the first score for Hawthorn, a minus score. One behind, they trail Fremantle 1-1-7, 10 minutes into the first quarter. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just have to pause while second footy is on the ground. Was touched by the umpire. Soccering it off the ground, back behind the goals as Ryan moves it to Banfield, who marks in the right back pocket. He'll switch play back towards left full back. Here's McDonald. Not a great kick. Well mopped up though by Cox. Got it on the half volley cleverly and then sends it long to the southern wing. And again, a terrific mark. Battling out there, Hawthorn happy to take the grab. It's Battle, of course, the former Saints. Rain has started to tumble down as Battle will put it back towards right half forward for Hawthorn. Up, couple of players trying to get to it was Deere. Spills out in the direction of O'Meara. Ginnivan out after it, picks it up off the ground. That was clever. Got it to Newcomb, then to Warple, and Warple finds Ward. He elects the play on immediately, going towards Gunston, who marks left forward pocket for Hawthorn. It's a tight angle. He'll start no more than about 5 metres in from the boundary. He'll put boots a ball from 40 out.
Yeah, Hawthorn just kept the ball alive across the arc, and they were precise and clinical with their execution. Terrific kick to Gunston, who had space, and exactly what we were talking about pre-match, and he's been doing it for years. Just timed his lead perfectly.
12 goals in his past 3 games. Here comes Gunston. We're right behind the kick. It was never going to miss. He gives the Hawks their first, and he draws them level on the scoreboard at the 12-minute mark of the opening term. Beautiful kick from Jack Gunston. We're locked up 1-1-7 apiece. Fremantle and Hawthorn here on ABC Sport. This is Saturday night footy. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner. Our experts Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Just shifted lanes, didn't they, Bally? Came in at the top of the 50. It was a handball from Newcomb. Really nice kick. And then Gunston was one out in the goal square and just had 1 or 2 metres on Luke Ryan and was never going to catch him, unfortunately. Didn't have to break stride either. Fanta, we spoke about him pre-game. It's getting better with age, I think.
It's a joy to watch a Jack Gunston set shot from right behind the kick. 39th goal of the season. It's his best return since 2018. Ball back in the middle. Scholl penalised for jumping over the top of Luke Jackson in the ruck contest. It'll be a Fremantle free kick. Jackson plays on. Kicks inside the forward 50. Barras flew early. Tracy stayed down. Took the mark. And there's been a block paid. It's not on Barras. It's going to James Sicily. It might have been against Patrick Voss, who was also in that contest. The Hawks will take it out the southern side. D'Ambrosio marks it. The right back pocket. Forced to just wait for the time being. The left foot up. He eventually rolls and goes. Kicks it out to the southern wing. In front, Warner. Can't take the mark. McDonald punched it away and couldn't reel it in on the follow-up. It goes out of bounds. Between wing and half forward for the Dockers. Scores level. 13 played here. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
11 gone in the second term at the G. The Tigers over the Bombers by 2. 3-4 plays 3-2. Ball spun back in. One down by Jackson. It's hit the deck. Players pile on top.
It's going to be holding the ball. The precedent was set early in the match with a Meek shot at goal. He had one arm free there.
D'Ambrosio, the player, tackled, wrapped up, and Frederick will get the free kick. He'll have it for the Dockers just shy of left half forward. He'll kick inside forward 50. The ball bounces back there and able to get rid of it as Battle. He's kicked beyond defensive 50, chopped off by Frederick. Did well, knocked it away, couldn't keep it in, but attacked the football and saw it across for a boundary throw-in about 60.
Can be vital,
goal.
Vital for both sides. That ability, if you're not in the play, to immediately locate an opposition jumper and lock off exits.
Ball put back in. Jackson front position off the palm down towards Sarong. Hand pass missed Johnson. He turns to go to gather. And then it's been taken here by McDonald. And then he was tackled. So another ball up between left half forward and centre half forward for the Dockers. Scores level at the moment, 7 apiece. Jackson won it down to Brayshaw. Got it onto Frederick. Kicks inside the forward 50. Sicily going back, dropped the mark. Almost taken high. Got a hand pass out the back to Barris though. They'll look to clear through Mackenzie and then it comes to Amon. He marks it left half back for the Hawks. 1-1, 7 apiece between the Dockers and Hawthorn. 15 gone in the opening term. This is Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Dangerous but a good kick. Inboard from Eamon finds Warple. He continues his run to Eamon. Handballs inside after he receives to Nash. Then to Mackenzie, who breaks the tackle of Tracy in the middle of Perth Stadium. Kicks inside the forward 50. Ryan thought he might have marked it. He didn't have enough in the end, said the umpire. The Hawks have won it back. D'Ambrosio to Morrison just outside the 50. Taken to ground. It's a hot whistle on the holding the ball tonight. It's going the way of the Dockers. Free kick right at defensive 50 for Jager O'Meara, the former Hawk himself. Back into the starting 22 this week for the Dockers. Goes out to the southern side, looking for Tracy in front. Newcomb was able to get involved and run down from behind. Another holding the ball call against Watson. This time Luke Ryan, the tackler, who wanted 50, doesn't get it. So we have Dockers free kick, southern side, just backward of centre wing. Luke Ryan with ball in hand. 16 minutes gone in the first.
Tigers by just a solitary point now over the Bombers. 13 gone in the second term. The Dockers to Johnson, who has it hard up against the boundary, just shy of the southern wing. Now gets told to move it on. And does so with a short pass. Finds its way to Sarong.
Possession number 6.
Sarong again to assess the options, and he'll get told to move it on. Runs inboard with a couple of steps and then will launch it into the left forward pocket. Jackson flew, brought it to ground. Switkowski tackled immediately. Warple got him, no prior, ball up.
Right on the cusp of no prior for Switkowski. Got away with one there, I think.
Umpire throws it into the rainy night. Knocked out by Brayshaw, getting back Jaff. First to it, hand pass to Sicily, dangerous hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Jackson was lurking, D'Ambrosio was good enough to gather, kick beyond defensive 50. Ginnivan had it, back to Amon under enormous pressure. Tackled immediately to ground. Inside the forward 50 for the Dockers, about 2 or 3 metres in from the boundary. He'll get up, Amon, and throw it back to the umpire, who'll put it aloft again. Still scores level, 7 apiece, 17 gone in the first.
All inside the Dockers attacking 50. O'Meara got it from the contest. Little handball back to Johnson, kick inside the forward 50, and Sicily is able to take the defensive mark for the Hawks. Goes backward into his own goal square. Eamon kicks it beyond defensive 50 on the broadcast side, over the head of Battle. Clark there for Fremantle, trying to tap it towards O'Driscoll, and the boundary wins out.
They've shown a willingness, Hawthorn, haven't they, to use hands in their D50 to try and ease pressure and get it to a player who can get a composed kick in. And so far, Fremantle's pressure's been pretty good as well, but they haven't been able to get that turnover.
Ball just beyond right half forward for the Dockers. It's spun back in. Jackson taps it to the front of the contest. Brayshaw gathers it off the deck, shares it with O'Driscoll. Now he's handball up the line, looking for O'Meara. Can't find him. It's knocked out of bounds. We'll have another ball in same position. 18 minutes into the first, Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 1-1 apiece here at Perth Stadium.
3-4 plays 3-3 at the MCG. 15 gone in the second. Tigers still in front of the Bombers. Darcy won it down. He crashed into Brayshaw. Frederick tries to pick it up. Jaff does. Got a hand pass away. Worked it pretty well to Nash. Goes back to Mackenzie for the Hawks. Wobbles a kick towards centre wing, commentary side. No mark taken. Still there to be won. I'm going to move it forward short. It comes to Chol. On in turn to Morrison. Hand pass over the top to McDonald. 49 out from goal. Sends it too deep. It's out of bounds on the full. Left full forward. He wanted Watson. Had no chance of marking it. Free kick for the Dockers to be taken by Ryan, who goes on a bit of a run, and it's a dangerous kick, but just drops inside the field of play. And O'Driscoll will mark. He'll send it to Oscar McDonald and then kick towards the southern wing.
Murphy Reid was the intended target. He tried to take it on the bounce, but under a bit of pressure out there from Carl Amon, who's doing a mountain of work. The ball goes out of bounds.
And with Jack Gunston off the field, Sam Mitchell has had Nick Watson as the deepest forward opposed to Luke Ryan, which is a different look, quite threatening.
Now the only two players in Hawthorn's forward 50 at the moment as the Hawks win the clearance, kicking up the southern wing. Cox trying to punch it to a teammate for the Dockers. Banfield just trying to gain territory, knocking it forward. It's bobbling around on that southern side, looping handball up in the air, almost fell in Brayshaw's hands. It takes a bit of class from Bolton. Clean, couple of 1-2s by hand. Then flicks it out to Banfield, who spears one up the line, and uncharacteristically, Murphy Reid couldn't cleanly take the mark, hugging the boundary line. Normally a very clean player. Ricochets off his hands, off his chest, out of bounds. It'll be tossed in centre wing, southern side of the ground.
Darcy against Meek. Darcy just disposed of Meek. A telling tap down. It came eventually to Brayshaw. Gave it off in turn to Bolton. Now to Johnson. Will kick towards left half forward. It's bouncing and will tumble over the boundary line. The umpire says insufficient intent.
It was a shank kick, but maybe just penalised for the skill error.
Tough on a wet night. Eamon goes back into the right back pocket. Here's Battle. Tucks the ball under his arm and then will send the yellow Sharon towards the left back pocket. Getting there, Banfield did really well. Won it down against McDonald. Back into the right forward pocket. Voss overruns it. Battle picks it up for the Hawks. To Ginnivan, working it out to Impey. Bobbles a kick along the ground, only as far as Warner. Couldn't take it cleanly. Massive tackle. Chapman wrapped up McDonald. Solidly hit. Ball jars free. Johnson to Bolton to Brayshaw. Bounces a kick inside forward 50. Frederick gathers, snaps and kicks a ripper. The Dockers get their second at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. But what about the tackle a moment ago? Chapman on McDonald. That was a crunching hit and perfectly legal as well. 2-1-13 the Dockers, 1-1-7 the Hawks. Freo by 6 points. As I said, 21 minutes gone in the first at Perth Stadium.
Just a build-up of pressure, wasn't it, Belly? All across the ground. You're right, that Chapman hit was massive. Voss then followed up with another one, but it was the clean pick-up, the skill, I suppose, from little circle to big circle to allow a bit of a chaos ball off the shin of Brayshaw. That another clean pick-up from Freddie and a snap on his left, which is, he loved it.
I had to double take. I thought it must be Josh Tracy or Patrick Voss laying the big hit. It was Heath Chapman.
No, loved it. Loved it. A tackle with intent.
Free kick out of the ruck contest in the middle of the ground is going to Lloyd Meek. Takes it quickly, kicks inside, looking for Gunston. Punched away from him. Watson did well, roving the ball. Little handball to D'Ambrosio. Kick back in the middle was a little too hot for Kalshadir. Now Johnson's there for the Dockers. Fighting over the ball with Mackenzie. It comes to Brayshaw. Spins out of traffic. Handball outside defensive 50 to Darcy. Little handball back to Johnson. He gives it back to Darcy, and then a nice kick up the wing. Here go the Dockers. Bolton on the overlap. Handballs over the top looking for Tracy. Can't quite get to him. Ward there for Hawthorn. So to his battle.
Free kick to Tracy.
Sicily and
taking the legs. Sorry, Mitch.
No, nailed by Peter Bally. Slid low and tried to tap it away. Battle. It's a free kick to Josh Tracy just forward the southern wing.
Tracy with the right. Ooh, ugly looking kick. Comes inside forward 50. No mark taken. Off hands and over for a boundary throw in. About 30 out from Freo's attacking goal. Tough to mark even if the ball wasn't a bit wet, that one. We'll put in again. Darcy against Meek. Darcy won it down, but straight towards Ward, who was tackled by Sarong. Ball up again. Left forward pocket for Fremantle. 35 out from their attacking goal. Put aloft. On the right with a telling tap. Came back to Meek. He tapped it down towards Nash. Spirals a kick towards the southern wing. And there's Chapman running back with the flight of the football to Mark. Looks to switch play. Coming towards the northern side of the ground. It's in the hands of O'Driscoll. Thumping kick into the right forward pocket. Amos brings it to ground. Up against Battle. Ball still there. Hardwick tries to work it out. Putting his head over at Voss. Grabbed it, threw it on the boot. Kicked inside for 50. Meek dropped it. Darcy gathered. Got a hand pass. He was falling away to Bolton. And Bolton has kicked the miraculous goal. What about the hands of the big fella in Darcy? As he fell towards ground, was able to shovel it back. And Shea Bolton rarely misses from there. Fremantle with their third, 3-1-19, 1-1-7. The Dockers lead is out to 12 points. 24 minutes gone in the opening term. Saturday night footy at Perth Stadium. Thanks to ABC Sport, our experts Cara Antonio and Peter Bell.
Like two big Pemberton carry trees in the goal square. Big Meekie, and he coughed it up. Lloyd and Sean would have really enjoyed that handball to Bolton. Unfortunate for Meek that he spilled the mark. And Darcy pounced.
Just that perceived pressure. I think the build-up over the quarter from Fremantle has been outstanding, and you get in your own head when you're that deep, one-on-one. Unfortunate.
Here's a bit of research I did during the week. Both these sides are 9-1 when they win the first quarter. So this is potentially an important last 4 minutes or so at Perth Stadium. The Dockers have a 12-point lead. If they start strong, these sides, they normally win. Sarong roves it off of Darcy. Handball to Brayshaw. Kick out towards left half forward. Tracy takes on the bounce. He's got Jaff there for company. Little handball inside. Found Morrison only, and he's taken out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. They have an eerily similar record if you go quarter by quarter, these two sides. Tonight's a big game for both of them. Ball spun back in. Just forward of the centre wing on the southern side. Darcy tapped it straight down to Newcomb. He thought he was tackled high. Umpire said play on it. Spills to O'Meara. The Dockers go inside the forward 50. Jackson can't mark. Spills the way of the Hawks. Or spinning into traffic. Spinning into trouble was Jack Ginnivan.
That's what Luke Jackson does. Was it his tackle? Well, he contributed to the tackle, but the recovery, which helped Murphy Reid nail the tackle. It's that recovery that Jackson does that no other ruck does.
Holding the ball. Murphy Reid has it. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Barris gets a fist in there. It spills to the back. Amon racking up disposals. Gave the handball off to D'Ambrosio, whose kick clearing up to the wing. Couldn't be taken by Cal Shadir. It ends up, though, with Ward for the Hawks.
Ward's able to bring it out in the direction of Ginnivan, who marks on the wing. Commentary side.
Sorry, Clint. They did well there, the Hawks. 2v4 to win that ball. Couple of marks.
Ginnivan goes on a trundle inboard and then kicks short, just enough to be a mark. Amon plays on quickly, as if to make sure of it. Worked it onto Ward. Running by D'Ambrosio. Kicks the Hawks into the left forward pocket. Chapman in front. Spoiled it down. Spilled though to Deere, who snaps the goal. What a wonderful finish it was, and they come from everywhere to celebrate with him. First goal of the season. Immediately gathered, snapped and converted from 40 out. The Hawks have got their second, 2-1-13. The Dockers 3-1-19. 27 gone in the first, 24 gone in the second at the MCG. The Tigers' lead remains 1 point. They're 3-5-23. The Bombers 3-4-22. Our experts at Perth Stadium, Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Initially, it was a really good come-forward spoil from Heath Chapman. He got a good piece of it, but Deere was in the perfect position, and there is a small glimpse of the immense talent that that young man possesses.
Seeing shades of that golden Hawthorn era of 13, 14, 15, the left-footers down this broadcast swing. Amon, D'Ambrosio, Josh Ward.
Well, Amon and Ambrosio are up to 11 and 10 respectively. Brayshaw has 11 for Fremantle.
So dangerous by foot. The Hawks have struck back in the middle. Nash from the restart, tapped it to Ward. High kick towards centre half forward. Ginnivan had to sit under it. It was punched away from him. Sean Darcy became Rover, but he handballed it straight to Ward. Gives it across to Meek. Here go the Hawks. Newcomb to Nash. Inside the forward 50. Too far away from the outstretched arms of Jack Gunston. He goes out of bounds, the right forward pocket. The ball in.
Just had a few Fremantle players tracking the ball there and some Hawthorn players just occupying corridor, which they look really dangerous there. It's just something Fremantle need to be aware of.
Deep into red time in this first quarter. Wagner trying to gather it for the Dockers from the boundary throw-in. Got it to O'Driscoll. He was knocked off the ball. Bolton 2. Fremantle under pressure. Clark's clearing kick goes nowhere. Falls in the arms of Wagner, who's set upon by a number of Hawks. And they'll reset and have a ball up 35 metres out inside their attacking 50.
Ball goes up into the sky. One down by Darcy. Pinballing around at the moment, trying to gather Gunston. Shovel to hand pass out to Nash, tackled by Banfield, got a kick away. Bolton looked to slap it on, spilled into Reed's hands. Murphy Reed kicks along beyond defensive 50, marked by the Hawks through Barris at right half forward. He goes 70 metres backwards to Amon. At right half back, comes out to the logo commentary wing with a switch of play to the Ambrosio. With the left, he'll spear it inside forward 50. Up again, Kalshadir. Kicked the last just moments ago as it fell to him at the drop of a marking contest. This time provides the marking contest and takes hold of the Sherrin.
Geordie Clark probably just needed to spoil that. Thought he had front position and didn't. Deer just came across. He'll be ruining that one.
He'll be kicking from 50 out. Tighter than a 45-degree angle to the left. Deer from 51. It needs the swing back. It won't quite have enough. It's kept in play. Bobbles around. Gidden tried to snap it over his head. He missed. Missed to the left-hand side. That would have been something to behold. There's a couple of Dockers down from that collision a moment ago. Not sure if there's anything underwater, whether O'Meara's just got to put the boots back on. No, he's in a little bit of strife, I think. Problem with the right ankle. Brennan Cox has gestured to the bench and a little bit of a limp up here for Jager O'Meara. So 3-1-19 plays 2-2-14. The Dockers over the Hawks. We've gone past the half an hour mark in this opening term.
I'm sure their laces got tangled together, Darcy and O'Meara. It took a bit to separate them as the kick in out of defensive 50 is punched away and the siren sounds to end the first term here at Perth Stadium. It's the Fremantle Dockers 3-1-19, the Hawks 2-2-14. As I said, both sides are 9-1 in games when they've won the first quarter this season. It sets up a thrilling next 90 minutes of footy.
Does indeed. Terrific first quarter we've seen here. Quick check of the score at the MCG. It is half-time between the Tigers and the Bombers. And it's a 1-point advantage now to Essendon. 3-6-24 to 3-5-23 the Tigers. So a real arm wrestle taking place if the scoreboard is to be believed at the moment at the MCG. Bombers have hit the front. They're up by a point. 3-6 to 3-5 over the Tigers. As Mitch told you, Fremantle 3-1-19 to the Hawks, who are 2-2-14. The goal kickers for the Dockers, goals to Bolton, Amos and Frederick, while for the Hawks, goals to Gunston and to Deer. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, on Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Tonight, we're on the AFL button. This is Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Every day, all around Australia, extraordinary people create moments that inspire. See them, hear them. All you have to do is nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Back to D'Ambrosio, then to Amon, back to Barris. His handball misses the target. Turned over, Switkowski gives it to Johnson. Runs, takes a bounce, sees a man in the middle of the 50, spots him, and it's Jai Amos drifting in. Takes the mark 15 metres out, directly in front, and can go back and give Fremantle their first goal of the game inside of 2 minutes. This will be goal number 100 for Jai Amos in his career. From directly in front, he puts it through. Fremantle strike first. On Saturday night at Perth Stadium, Jai Amos gets career goal 100.
Spills out in the direction of O'Meara. Ginnivan out after it. Picks it up off the ground. That was clever. Got it to Newcomb. Then to Warple. And Warple finds Ward. He elects the play on immediately, going towards Gunston, who marks left forward pocket for Hawthorn. It's a tight angle. He'll start no more than about 5 metres in from the boundary. He'll put boots a ball from 40 out. 12 goals in his past 3 games. Here comes Gunston. We're right behind the kick. It was never going to miss. He gives the Hawks their first. Impey bobbles a kick along the ground, only as far as Warner. Couldn't take it cleanly. Massive tackle. Chapman wrapped up McDonald. Solidly hit. Ball jars free. Johnson to Bolton to Brayshaw. Bounces the kick inside 450. Frederick gathers, snaps and kicks a ripper. The Dockers get their second at the 21-minute mark of the opening term. But what about the tackle a moment ago? Chapman on McDonald. That was a crunching hit. Voss grabbed it, threw it on the boot. Kicked inside 450. Meek dropped it. Darcy gathered. Got a hand pass. He was falling away to Bolton. And Bolton has kicked the miraculous goal.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Here at Perth Stadium, massive game for both the Dockers and the Hawks, and it's Fremantle that have the lead at quarter time. They're up by 5 points. Let's hear from our experts. Hall of Famer Peter Bell, All-Australian and former AFLW captain of the Dockers, Cara Antonio.
Absorbing and tight contest so far, which is what you'd expect with these two teams who are both in pretty good form. All 5 goals, Cara, from turnover, so it hasn't really been a stoppage game. The stats are actually even for stoppage anyway, 10 each. And even though Sam Mitchell's troops are trailing by 5 at quarter time, which is a pivotal stat, as you've heard from Mitch Turner, there's parts of the game that I think Sam Mitchell would be happy with. They're comprehensively beating Fremantle in contested possession, plus 11, and ground ball gets as well. They're plus 7. And given it's a bit slippery and the ball is going to be on the deck quite a bit, I think that's really encouraging for Hawthorn.
Yeah, 100%. They're also up in uncontested possession, so they're working hard outside of the contest to, I suppose, to create that link up and provide their forwards best opportunity. It's a high pressure game from both sides. You know, in terms of Fremantle, they wanted to start strong. They wanted to amp the pressure up. They're plus 4 in tackles and plus 5 in first possession. So they'd be happy, no doubt, with their start, but that's something they need to build on. The hit-outs are obviously, I think he's plus 2 Meek, plus 2 to Meek, but again, not a massive difference. I think that battle's going to be one that's going to be a 4-quarter grind, to be honest, but a strong start from both sides. Pressure's been outstanding. Looking forward to the second quarter.
And I suppose Fremantle pleased 15-9 inside 50s, but with that has meant that Amon and Ambrosio have been very influential in the contest with a lot of footy, 12 and 11 respectively, Mitch.
Yeah, some of those other possession getters for Hawthorn, as you just heard, Amon and D'Ambrosio lead the way. Battle, Nash and Ward all have 7. John Newcomb has 6 for Fremantle. Andrew Brayshaw has 11 touches. Matthew Johnson and Shea Bolton have 7 apiece. And Caleb Sarong, better start than last week, has 7 as well. Some other disposals quickly. Inside 50s, 15-9 favouring Fremantle. The hit-outs, as mentioned, 13-11 favouring the Hawks. The clearances are 10 apiece. And the tackle count is 22-19 in the Dockers' favour. Akash Fodor downstairs on the boundary.
Jager O'Meara had some work done with the medical staff during the quarter time break, but he seems all okay and is out there starting on the wing.
The team has made their sub at the moment, by the way. For Hawthorn, it was Finn McGuinness, and Fremantle, Isaiah Dudley. On the hands of umpire Nick Foote as we get this second term underway. Down by Meek, but then punched forward by Brayshaw of the Dockers. Warple goes back to gather. Got a little nudge from Jackson. He gathered. He was tackled. Brayshaw tries to soccer it forward. Bounced off Sicily. Came out the side again to Newcomb. Tries to shovel it forward to McKenzie, and then he's taken to ground, and a good tackle from Voss. Ball up, just on the commentary edge of the centre square. Here with the logos painted on the wing. Meek palmed it down, straight into the path of Newcomb again. Tackle immediately. Another ball up, pretty much in the same spot. Then the Rucks lock arms. Darcy got it down. Knocked forward by Brayshaw. Missing it, D'Ambrosio first time. Was able to turn to gather. Frederick stuck his hand in the way. An interesting hand pass out to Sarong. Clever to Jackson. On to Switkowski from inside forward 50. He converts. Great play from Fremantle. And Sam Switkowski comes back into the team this week from a hamstring injury, and he gets his name on the list of goal kickers early in this second quarter. The Dockers lead is out to 11 points, 4-1-25. The Hawks at 2-2-14, opening 70 seconds of the second term.
And there's your first stoppage goal for the game, and Luke Jackson just got that enormous wingspan, got a hand in and got it to ground. Clean ball handling from Fremantle and a piercing shot at goal from Sam Switkowski, who's been sorely missed for Fremantle the last few weeks.
He just held great width, didn't he, Valley?
Yep.
Didn't get sucked into the contest, was an option. Great vision, great talk, lovely finish.
Luke Jackson was just hunting the ball, wasn't he? Entire play. Eventually, on to Switkowski, who converted back in the middle. Meek tapped it down nicely to Mackenzie, who crashed through. Handballs out in front of Warple. Runs into Banfield, just got a kick away. More now, just outside attacking 50. Coughed it up. Darcy, clever tap to Sarong. Goes out the southern wing. Amos in front of Battle. Battle wins the battle. Handballs inside to Carl Amon, who loops it down the boundary line in front of Sicily. Gathers under pressure and is tackled by his former teammate in Jager O'Meara. Goes out of bounds, and then a little afters too as the former teammates run into each other. Ball will be tossed back in on that southern wing here at Perth Stadium. Darcy in the ruck at the time being for Fremantle. Neither ruck got a really good tap to it. Jackson, who's playing rover, got a handball out in front of O'Meara. Mackenzie, though, did well, knocked him off it, then tapped it to Eamon, who could handball back to Wimpy. His kick up the wing, high up in the air, it falls into the hands of Ginnivan, who kicks it inside the forward 50, one-on-one. Gunston v Ryan, the veteran, trying his best for the Hawks. He becomes tackler now. He can't win it, but he can wrap it up to win for Hawthorn. It's a ball up 15 metres out directly in front.
Terrific flushed crumb from Jack Ginnivan. Got some great territory for the Hawks.
Hawks attacking the city end in this turn. One down by Meek. Trying to get to it. Jackson. Johnson shoveled it back into traffic. Banfield had it, lost it, stolen away from the Hawks. And the snap on goal comes from Moore. And he's able to get Hawthorn's quick reply. 3-2-20 the Hawks. 4-1-25 the Dockers. 3.5 gone in that second term. Hawthorn just kept battling away in there. Dockers with one or two chances weren't able to do much with it. And the little hand pass from Deere was a thing of beauty, straight into the chest of Moore, who was able to snap truly.
You're right, they just kept the ball alive, Clint. And that's Moore's first touch for the game. We know how damaging he is around stoppage, especially forward half of the ground. So crafty. Again, just held width. Gave him an option, nice little snap. Really good finish.
Talked about 5 turnover goals in the first quarter and then the first 2 in the second quarter of stoppage goals. Just brought really good pressure then, the Hawks.
Good sign for Hawthorn. Moore getting on the scoreboard. You know what he's capable of. Ball back in the middle. Darcy taps it to Jackson. There's a free kick spotted. It's a holding free. It's going the way of Hawthorn. It'll be John Newcomb inside the centre circle. Comes out to the broadcast wing looking for Ginnivan, who takes it on the bounce. Has time to steady. Kicks inside looking for Gunston. Can't take the mark. At ground level, Johnson overruns it for Fremantle. They're inside their defensive 50. Players now crash in. And we'll have a ball up. 45 metres out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Darcy and Meek go head-to-head. Meek taps it towards Moore. Couldn't gather it on the first time. Then eventually grabbed it and was tackled strongly by O'Meara. We'll have another ball up. Still 45 metres out from the Hawks' attacking goal. They trail the Dockers by 5 points.
Pye puts it aloft. One down by Meek. Comes to Warple. He's Moore again, and that's going to go out of bounds on the full. He was in the right forward pocket. About 40 from goal. Decided to have a ping and missed the lock to the right-hand side. Free kick to Fremantle at left full back. Ryan will take it. City end of the ground behind him. He'll kick Fremantle along beyond defensive 50 to left half back. Offhand spills down to Barris. Puts the Hawks immediately back inside forward 50.
Sicily and Voss added off the ball.
They continue on. Meantime, the mark's been paid. Ginnivan went to ground. That allowed Deere just to lead out and take pretty much a totally uncontested mark. 45-degree angle from goal. Marked the footy about 40 out.
Sorry, Clint. I was watching that unfold. Sicily gave one to Voss and then he kind of got tunnelled under the ball. Voss landed and Sicily went again and it was on.
Don't apologise, Carl. It was hard to watch the football and the fight at the same time. Here comes Deere, looking for his second from 45 metres out. He steers it through for the Hawks. And they hit the fronts at the 7-minute mark of the second term. 4-2-26 Hawthorn. The Dockers are 4-1-25. It's Hawthorn's first lead of the night. They're up by the solitary point, early stages of this second quarter. Our experts, Cara Antonio and Peter Bell on ABC Sport.
Just a hack kick forward out of the contest from Barris, who initially competed aerially, and Deere reacted very quickly. I'm not sure how he got the separation that he ended up getting on Oscar McDonald. Part of it was reaction, but maybe Oscar McDonald had given him a fair amount of a head start as well. He was 10 or 15 metres ahead of him with McDonald trailing in.
You highlighted him pre-game, Peter Bell, Kelsha Deere. You're excited to see him tonight. It's his second crack at it this season. Coming back from injury, had a go and went back to the VFL and got a bit of form up. He's back in the AFL side. He's got 2 goals tonight. From the middle, Darcy takes it out of the ruck, kicks it to half forward, but Hardwick outpoints Murphy Reid, takes a strong mark at defensive 50. Wants to bite off a risky kick into the middle. He was looking for Impey. He made it work okay in the end. Impey tapped it to his advantage, then gets it to Morrison. Now to Jaff. Off to Sicily. The chorus of Boozy kicks inside the forward 50. Chol can't mark, and at ground level, it comes off the boot of Heath Chapman and goes out on the full.
Well, it was absolutely off the boot, and Heath Chapman's body language gave it away, which you should never do, in my opinion. And now the umpires are having a conference, but it definitely came off Heath Chapman's boot for an out of bounds on the full.
The boundary umpire called it a throw in. He was slightly blindsided. The umpire has come in, the field umpire. They've had a conference, and they're going with the boundary throw in. It should be a Hawthorn shot at goal. Instead, it'll be tossed back in inside their forward 50. Darcy shoves Meek off it. At the back, Ginnivan drops down to his knees. Gets a handball out. Morrison retreats by hand to Jaff. Tries to step around Bolton. He's caught. Cops up possession. The handball now out in front of Tracy. Boundary line wins out. That is out of bounds legally, and that'll be tossed in just near the Fremantle bench. They trail by 1 behind as I hand over to Clint Wilden, who's watching the replay.
It's definitely off. Well, it's off the shin, but that's below the knee, so that should have been absolutely a free kick for Hawthorn. The right forward pocket, 40 out from goal. Restart, no one's able to take it away. Johnson was wrapped up. Ball up will be the call. Rucks lock arms, Darcy against Meek. Comes out in the direction of Johnson, looks to hack it forward. So too to Sarong. Hit traffic though. Morrison was able to pick it up to Nash, who was harassed by Johnson. Still was able to work it onto Warple. His attempted hand pass forward only made its way to Darcy. And then as Darcy tried to get a hand pass out, Warple stuck an arm in and it ricocheted off him and over the boundary line for a throw-in. Hawks still lead by a point. 4-2-26 to the Dockers 4-1-25. 9 and a bit gone in the second term. Still half-time at the MCG. Repeating, the Bombers lead the Tigers there by a point as well.
Ball tapped at the front of the stoppage. Warple for the Hawks. Gets it to Ginnivan. He's whacked as he kicks. It tumbles towards half forward. Moore's kick off the deck went straight into Chol. Now the Dockers have won it back. Still inside defensive 50. Under pressure. Bolton taps it back to Warner, who under siege from the Hawthorn forwards has kicked it out of bounds on the full. I reckon that's generous with where they've spotted the ball for the Hawthorn free kick. I reckon they've been robbed about 10 metres there, the Hawks. It's just beyond right half forward, about 55 metres out, stands the man on the mark. Harry Morrison will take the kick. Doesn't waste any time. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square, flying high, unable to take the mark was Meek. Ground level, players crashing from both sides. Over the top of it for Hawthorn, trying to rip it out is Deere. He's tackled by a number of Dockers, and they'll toss the ball in the air 20 metres out, directly in front of Hawthorn's attacking goal. Meek Tapped it down looking for Nash. It bounced away from him. O'Driscoll over the top now. He's taken the ground. And they'll go again. The Hawks lead by 1 point. 11 minutes played in the second term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
Put aloft. Darcy front position. Won it down. Watson gathered, ran straight into the tackle. Two Dockers got him.
It's a well-executed tackle. Nick Watson incredibly difficult to nail legally.
And Chapman and Johnson combined to take him to ground from the restart. One down by Darcy again. Shovelled out by the Hawks. Ginnivan was there, and then a quick snap on goal from Moore's missed to the right-hand side. Minor score. Hawks lead out by 2 points.
Feels like a nice little period of dominance for Hawthorn at the moment.
4-3-27 to 4-1-25. Nearly 12 gone in the second term.
Tackle count 34-30 the way of the Dockers. That number's getting up there pretty quickly. A tough game of footy. Kick out from defensive 50, and Tracy rises high above the pack. Takes a nice mark and quickly comes to the broadcast wing where Frederick can mark. Handball inside to Bolton. Running along the wing. Kicks inside the 450 over the head of Amos. Murphy Reid out the back. Taps it to his advantage, but the experience of Blake Hardwick right on his hammer sees him out of bounds. Cracking mark from Josh Tracy.
Got a bit of airtime there. Big kahuna.
A nice bit of lift on this broadcast wing. The ball's inside the Dockers attacking 50. It's tossed back in. Nash does the ruck work against Jackson. It comes off hands to Amon, who kicks into the middle of Perth Stadium where Ryan can mark. Go laterally to O'Driscoll, who marks about 70 out from home.
I just much prefer Luke Ryan to drive that into deep 50.
O'Driscoll will. He'll kick long into the right forward pocket. Jackson got up there, couldn't mark, came down to Voss, kicked straight into traffic. Ball still there to be won. Johnson looks to tap it out. Quickly gathered here. Nash gets a clearing kick away towards left half back. Still no one picks it up until Ginnivan does. His hand pass back to Ward. Met a strong tackle by Clark. Took him to ground. Warple was able to get it away here to Amon. They'll look to bring it down through D'Ambrosio. It comes to Ginnivan. And D'Ambrosio kicks down the outer side. The spoil on Chol from Cox kept in play. Trying to bring it back in was Watson. He got tackled, stays down, ripped away by the Dockers. Working it forward to Sarong. Now on to Reid. Frederick waits and he marks on his chest. Uncontested. He's 51 out from goal. He's spotted Johnson. It's where the kick goes. Great effort defensively from Newcombe. Won it to ground. Came to Hardwick. Quick hand pass backwards to Ward between fullback and centre half back. Hand passes the Hawks to Sicily. Clearing kick beyond defensive 50. He wants Ginnivan. Ginnivan couldn't mark, but he can turn onto the bouncing footy.
Now he can take a bounce of his own. Ginnivan takes one, takes two down the southern wing. Frederick tracks him down. Kick goes inside the forward 50. Warner floating across in front of Chol. Can punch it out of bounds.
Well, Matthew Johnson needs to understand how to get that front-on contact. He did everything he could to avoid it when all he needed was the front-on contact to have a free kick given his way. It was a poor decision in the end.
It's well defended by the Hawks. Now they're looking to attack. Nash doing the ruck work. Jackson got in front of him. Tapped it down, though, to McDonald. Couldn't take clean possession. Clark for the Dockers. Knocked it Fremantle's way. Got it to Johnson. Then back to Clark. The handball to O'Meara, whose hack out of mid-air has gone out of bounds on the full. It'll give Hawthorn possession back. Kick and a half from home. The ball will be in the hands of Carl Amon.
Amon will put it back into the left forward pocket for the Hawks. Johnson front position. Won it to ground. Taken to Warple. Warple was tackled and lost it. Banfield tracking it to the boundary. Ward keeps it in for the Hawks. Hand pass to Watson. Left forward pocket. Miraculous. Terrific goal. Used every bit of wizardry he's got to find a way clear and snap the goal for the Hawks to put them out to what is now an 8-point lead. 5-3-33 to 4-1-25. The Hawks over the Dockers. 15 gone in the second term. Scores are level, by the way, at the MCG. The Tigers and the Bombers 3-6-24 apiece. 17 to play in the third there.
It was Ward's handball in and under. Really, really nice. And you know the Wizard, all he needs is a split second to pull something out. Really nice snap, great finish. I think Geordie Clark, another one, he probably didn't need to come over the top of Sean Darcy to spoil that, just needed to protect the space in the air for Darcy. He'd floated back into that leading lane to take a nice mark, and that's when Hawthorn got to work when the ball hit the ground.
3 in a row to the Hawks. They are on top in this second term. After the Dockers kicked the first, back in the middle, Jackson taps it to Brayshaw through traffic, running the wrong way, was able to handball it to Wagner. He can send the Dockers forward. The kick favours Jath though, couldn't quite take it on the half volley, follows it up, then loses it, stolen by Sarong, spears it inside the forward 50, beautiful kick. And taken on the chest of Jai Amos, will have the chance to go back from about 35 metres out. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the left. And have a chance at goal number 2.
It wasn't CJ's best work there. He failed to deal with the bouncing ball. But what about the kick from Sarong inside 50? It was a tracer bullet. And just to arrest this momentum that Hawthorn have, this is a really important kick for Jai Amos.
He's been out of form this season, Jai Amos. Justin Longmuir has continued to back him in. And he's repaying the faith. Amos gets his second. Fremantle and a run of 3 straight Hawthorn goals. And the margin is back to 2 points. 5-1-31 Fremantle, 5-3-33 Hawthorn. We've played 17 minutes in the second term. Peter Bell and Cara Antonio, our experts for ABC Sport.
Well, that's what Caleb Sarong can do. All he needs is a split second to just drill a pass. But it was the work, I think it was Frederick or no, it was Reed that led out of that space to just open up a pocket for Amos. Again, the kick needed to be on, but it was that space that was created by the young forward in Reed to allow Amos to drive his legs and take that mark, and a lovely finish.
First time he's kicked multiple goals in a game since round 10, Jai Amos. 2 points the difference. Hawks in front. 18 gone in the second. Jackson palms it down. Straight though to McKenzie. Tackled by Wagner. His hand pass was awry. Went to Sirikowski. How am I going? Switkowski. Too many Kowskis. Went to the outer side. Comes again in the direction of McKenzie. He's wrapped up.
Are you calling Brian or David?
Both of them were very good. Banfield moves it in the direction of Sarong. Sarong kicking inside forward 50. And then a mark taken then by Impey. Got a little bit of afters too. It's going to be 50 metres here. And Impey will go surging forward. And look to take the kick on the outer wing. Will head in the direction of left half forward and can't find more. It's over the boundary line, and that will be a throw-in. Dockers fans wanted insufficient intent, but there was a player in the vicinity. Not to be. 2 points is that margin. The Hawks in front. 5-3-33 to the Dockers 5-1-31.
Very soft 50-metre penalty.
Yeah.
In that it shouldn't have been one.
Jai Amos basically just tried to stop and made very small contact, but it didn't hurt them too much. The Hawks put it out of bounds. It's tossed back in. Newcombe is wrapped up from the restart. We'll have a ball up 55 metres out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Left half forward. Meek v Jackson. Both got a hand to it. Jackson tapped it a second time. Down to Sarong. Nice little handball to Brayshaw. Kicks up the southern wing, and it's not favouring Patrick Voss at all. It bounces out of bounds as much as Tom Barras was pleading for insufficient intent. I think that was just a miss kick. Ball will be tossed back in. Slightly favouring the Dockers' attacking end on the southern side of Perth Stadium. 5-1-31 the Dockers. The Hawks are 5-3-33. They have the slight advantage and they have possession. D'Ambrosio kicks up the wing, looking for Chol. It's tapped down in front, beautifully roved by Watson. Has to kick on the left, but it's a chiseler inside forward 50, and it's off the hands of Heath Chapman. It goes out of bounds. It'll be tossed back in 35 metres around from the Hawks' attacking goal. They still lead by 2 points, 20 minutes played in the second.
Small thing, but the repositioning of Nick Watson there, front and square, was art, really. Perfect.
Meek won it down, came to Ryan. It's been locked in. Ball up will be the call. Inside forward 50 for the Hawks, about 45 out from their attacking goal. City end of Perth Stadium. Meek with the touch, down to Johnson though for the Dockers. Was able to work it out to Sarong. He's immediately met a gang tackle of Hawks. 3 of them took him to ground. Meek was one, McDonald another. Meek against Jackson once more. They lock arms. Jackson with the fingertip touch. Came to Nash, went between his legs though. Sarong's able to pick it up. His quick hit straight down the throat of Morrison. Marks on the attacking edge of the centre square for Hawthorn, who lead by 2. 21 gone in his second term. He'll send it high up into the sky into the left forward pocket. Big pack off hands. McDonald gathers. He bounces it through for a goal. On the top of the goal square. Actually kicked it into the ground deliberately and saw it tumble between the big sticks. Connor McDonald gets his 15th of the season, the 22-year-old, and the Hawks 6th of the night. 6-3-39 to the Dockers, 5-1-31, 22 gone in the second term. Another score check at the MCG. Scores level between the Tigers and the Bombers, 3-7-25 apiece. Here at Perth Stadium on ABC Sport, our experts Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Not sure who his opponent was, but he was not in the screen where he should have been. Connor McDonald in a really good spot. It was crafty the way that he saw it through the goal face, but there was a Fremantle defender notorious by his absence. Not sure where he was.
I'm going to create a rule of thumb that if you don't know who's playing on them, it's probably a bad thing for the defending side.
Too many flew in the air as well. Not enough ground level presence there, and just right place, right time. There's been a number of those tonight for Hawthorn. Read it really well.
4-2 this quarter. The Hawks are going to go forward again. Warple roves it off the centre bounce, kicks towards half forward. Ryan punches it away. Troy Driscoll is met solidly in a tackle by Morrison.
Plus 19 the Hawks for contested possession.
They are strong tonight. Ball tossed up just outside right half forward. Meek became Rover. It's wrapped up by Sean Darcy, and they will re-lock up again. The 2 rucks, 55 metres out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Darcy taps it down. Brayshaw couldn't break through traffic. It spills though to Johnson for the Dockers. Looping handball from Ryan now to Wagner, who steps around Warple. Clever bit of footwork. The kick up the wing. It favoured Jarman Impey. Murphy Reid got a hand in there. Impey followed up well. Got it to Ginnivan, who's panicked little handball's gone straight to the Dockers. O'Meara out in front of Switkowski. Couldn't gather cleanly. Eventually got it to Voss. Back to Switkowski by hand. Clever little kick to Wagner, who chips it inside the forward 50. Saw Shea Bolton all on his own. And the nice little snap landed on the chest of the star Fremantle recruit. He'll have the chance for a set shot. His second crack at it tonight. He'll kick from 45 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left as Voss continues to pick a fight with every single player in the Hawthorn Guernsey.
Excellent protection of Shea Bolton by Luke Jackson there, who had Sicily in a pocket. A battle it was, beg your pardon.
Shea Bolton has kicked one already tonight. Set shot on the way. He is all class. He punches the air. Showtime Shea has 2. The Dockers hit back once again. 6-1-37 Fremantle. Hawthorn 6-3-39. 24 minutes played in the second term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts in the box, Cara Antonio and Peter Bell.
Probably just a rule of thumb, Belly. You don't really want to leave Shea Bolton by himself with that much time and space inside forward 50. It looked like it was Sicily who came up to the contest and was playing really assertive defence, but again, hat kick out, right place, right time. And you're right, Jackson, the tall, just protected the drop zone of the ball, protected Shea. And again, he needed to go back and kick it, which he did. Lovely set shot. Nice kick.
Bombers by a point. 12 and a bit gone in the third term at the MCG. Over the Tigers. Back in the middle here. Nash is able to get a clearing kick into the middle of the ground. Mark taken though. Centre half back. It comes to the Dockers in Clark and then out towards Ryan. Marking it left half back for Freo. 2 points the margin in favour of the Hawks. Ryan measured the kick perfectly to Brayshaw. Watson was closing him down. The ball arrived perfectly. Now Clark has gone to ground up against Nash. Umpires unperturbed by that. They tell Brayshaw to move it on. He'll kick towards left half forward. Out is Meek. Can't mark. Sicily able to gather in straight into O'Meara. Lost possession of the football, and then that's a solid tackle coming from Newcombe. Actually drove the head and the shoulder of Switkowski into the turf, and he gets up with paint all over his left cheek. That's where the 50's marked on the ground. From the restart, Newcombe was able to work it out towards right half back. Chance to come down the line from the Hawks, from Newcombe again. Nicely done to Gunston. Marks on centre wing for Hawthorn. Running by is Morrison. That's ignored. Gets told to move it on. Or Gunston clever. Sold a bit of candy to Chapman, who went sprawling to the ground. Kicks the Hawks now into the right forward pocket, and Warner's done well in front of Moore. Punches it over the boundary line, and then there's a little bit of afters too. Certainly outnumbered 4-1 at the moment. Moore, so everything calms down when Ginnivan goes to try to level things up a bit.
Just with a brief pause. It's a brief pause. Gripping contest, isn't it?
Tough game of footy here at Perth Stadium. From the restart, head over the ball is Newcombe, and he's tackled this time. Oh, it's McDonald. The tackle count is high. 86 tackles for the game so far. Darcy out of the ruck, gets it down to Johnson. Managed to get a hack kick outside defensive 50. Jackson in front of Sicily. Overran it initially, then ran back, gathered. Handball to Frederick, who's kicked up the line. Looks out on the full, but boundary umpire was in perfect position. Says it just nipped the paint. Luckily for the Dockers, it'll be a boundary throw-in rather than a change of possession. Right below our commentary position. Broadcast wing here at Perth Stadium, slightly favouring the Dockers attacking end. O'Meara gets it from the ruck tap and is tackled by Morrison. Tough game of footy under the lights here on a Saturday night in Perth. Ball tap back down Wagner on this occasion. It's the player that is under the pack. Clint Wilden can have a crack of clearing this up. The Hawks lead by 2 points.
Don't put any on me at the moment, Mitch, as it's one down by Meek. Comes out towards Warple. Got a clever hand pass. That was well worked in the end to Newcombe. Spears it down the line. Watson diving forward. The ball was a little bit in front of him. Couldn't mark. Jars off him and over the boundary line for a throw-in between centre wing and right half forward for the Hawks. Scores level again at the MCG. 3 goals, 8 apiece between Richmond and Essendon. 26 points each. Hasn't been a goal kicked since the 29-minute mark of the first. Now 15 minutes gone in the third. The restart here. Ball comes out towards Watson. Met by Clark solidly from the side. Watson's able to pick it up. Got it off to Nash. Centering kick towards full forward. Bounces to O'Driscoll. Good hands too. Spearing kick. Just goes over the top of Warple. He got a touch on it. Frederick had it. Gave it to Switkowski. Broke the Warple tackle. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Newcombe got him. Has 91 tackles for the season going into tonight, Jai Newcombe. And then he shoves Brayshaw to the ground, and that was almost going to be reversed for a moment. It won't be. Newcombe's told to go back and take his kick, and he'll put it into the right forward pocket. Punched away here by Ryan. Beyond defensive 50 for Fremantle. Gathered hard up against the boundary by Frederick. His kick is in the direction of Tracy. Sliding out, can't mark. Ball still bobbling away. O'Meara meets it. Tackled by Warple. Taken to ground, holding the ball. It's frenetic stuff out there at the moment. The Hawks still by 2 points as we approach the half an hour mark in the second.
It's really lifted from a physicality
Hasn't it?
perspective. Bit of an edge in this game the last couple of minutes.
This is as intense a game of football as you will see. There are tough players on both sides, and they are standing up. Sicily kicks it inside the forward 50 for Hawthorn. Punched away by Cox. Watson after it. Overran the footy. Luke Ryan there for the Dockers. Got it to Chapman. He spills it now. Ginnivan taps it towards McDonald. There's a free kick spotted. And Chapman was dragged down without the football. So it'll be a free kick. It is frenetic. The Dockers have it in the left back pocket. City end of the ground. Chapman short inside the middle of the defensive 50 to Cox.
Hawthorn plus 20 for contest and plus 15 for ground ball. that will be a trend that Justin Longmuir will want to reverse.
Cox called to play on eventually. Kicks it to the broadcast wing. Tracy outnumbered. Impey got in front for Hawthorn. Off his hands towards Wagner, who is tackled out of bounds by Morrison. It may have saved him the boundary line as now Morrison and Tracy lock up. Grappling off the ball. Little spot fires everywhere here at Perth Stadium. Ball spun back in. Meek v Jackson. Both rucks got a hand to it. Crashing through Sarong. He can't burst through. Will have a ball up. Attacking side of centre wing, favouring the Hawks, and they lead by 2 points.
Archer Mays kicked a goal for the Bombers. 15-minute mark of the third. 4:9:33 to 3:8:26. Kick inside forward 50. Fly came from Clark. Thought he had enough of it. Instead, play on was the call. Down towards Chapman. Back to Warner. Deep in the left back pocket. Ryan couldn't gather. It's worked towards goal. Ginnivan snaps and goals. And then Ryan goes straight towards him and they lock arms, and there's plenty being said out there. There's a genuine rise in intensity at the moment here at Perth Stadium. The Hawks have got their 7th. 7-3-45 to Freo 6-1-37. 31 got in the second, and having another look at the replay of Clark's flying attempted mark, it's hard to see why that wasn't paid. Surely he had enough on that. In the meantime, worked its way towards Ginnivan, socked by McDonald towards him off the ground. That was cleverly done, just knocked it along the ground to him, and then Ginnivan in between two Dockers. He's able to kick his first of the night.
Definitely a mark for Jordan Clark, but the follow-up handball was a poor one, which put his teammates under pressure. Hawthorn just a bit cleaner and a bit sharper at the moment, particularly over the loose ball on the ground.
He gave the umpire a bit of a bake too, Jordan Clark. You've got to be careful. He's got a history of giving the umpires a serve and giving away free kicks. As Sarong out of the middle, kicks it forward. It goes out to the southern wing. Hardwick was very good for Hawthorn. Got the handball to Warple. Now McDonald out to D'Ambrosio. That lethal left leg inside the forward 50. Gunston takes it on the bounce, slips the tackle, throws it on the left boot to the top of the goal square. No mark taken. Johnson's there for Fremantle. Under pressure. Ball spills free. It's in the forward goal square for the Hawks. They're trying and trying to get a leg on it. No one can. Watson taking the ground. It'll be tossed up in the attacking goal square for the Hawks. They lead by 8 points.
Bit shaky, the Dockers. Missed tackle from Chapman, missed ground ball, Matthew Johnson.
Jackson palmed it down, out after it. Ginnivan goes onto his knees, can't work it out. More players will pile around him. Been held in there by Banfield. Johnson lent support, ball up, right full forward for the Hawks. Thrown up into the night sky. Meek won it down. Ginnivan looked like he was being held for a moment. Nash gathered, had a shot at goal. It's missed. It's bounced along and out of bounds. Not on the full, but across the boundary line at right full forward.
Looks a bit proppy, Ginnivan.
He does. He's had a huge impact in the first half. One of Hawthorn's best.
Put into play again. Meek front position. Palming it down. Ooh, big hit. Came from Ryan. Trying to work it out to Nash. Dockers are able to clear it in the direction of Reed. Knocked it out towards Frederick. He's locked up. Good tackle coming from Morrison. Still inside Freo's defensive 50 in the left back pocket. The Hawks remain in front. They're up by 8 points. 35 gone now in the second.
16 touches for Ginnivan. 9. Ground ball gets Meek from the restart. Taps it down to Ward. His kick on his opposite side finds the hands of Oscar McDonald. Takes the mark 20 metres out from his own goal for the Dockers. Kicks it towards the broadcast wing. Tracy in the middle. The bunch of Hawks couldn't take the mark. Jackson, he was pushed off it. Now he goes again. Tackled. Slam to the ground. Could be dangerous. No. Holding the ball. Had the one arm free, and that's been a theme of the night. Lloyd Meek has the free kick. Spears a short pass. Not 15. Ward on hands and knees. Handballs to Warple to kick into the pocket. Too hot for Gunston. Over the back, McDonald has it again for Fremantle. Spirals the ball outside defensive 50. And it goes out of bounds on the full. It's a free kick to the Hawks. It should be Warple's, but Impey's talked his way into it and has it.
He's 70 from goal. And from right half forward, he launches it long towards full forward. They came from everywhere. Spills down. Sicily threw it on the boot. Didn't get clean connection. Clark hand passes back to Warner, to Ryan, who's able to step back sensibly enough for a rush behind. One more to the Hawks total.
Dockers doing really good to absorb this. 18-8 inside 50s in favour of Hawthorn this quarter, which is massive. And they've obviously scored the 5 goals, but could be a lot worse.
Hawks by 9, 36 gone in the second.
Ryan with a kick out. Judy's finds Tracy. Floating across just beyond defensive 50, but Fremantle took the mark. The kick wasn't a great one up the wing. It gets out the back though. Foot race on, no. Umpire, no sense of occasion. He'll bring the free kick back to Murphy Reid for a hole. The young Docker rolls around, kicks inside the forward 50. Big fist came from the back. Spills to Ward for the Hawks. The one to Nash. Now to Newcomb, running it out of defensive 50. Handball forward to Warple. Kick out towards the wing. Watson and Warner go head-to-head. It spills out the back. Warner gets there first for the Dockers. And is able to go short to Murphy Reid as the seconds tick down. Ball in hand. He's got to go quick if they want to score. Not long left in this second term. Reid up towards half forward. It's off hands, out of bounds. And there is the siren for half-time. A cracking contest and an intense quarter of footy sees the Hawks take the lead. 7-4-46 Hawthorn. Fremantle are 6-1-37. The margin is 9 points. We are set up for a grandstand finish in this second half for Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden.
So the goals for Hawthorn, 2 to Kalshadir, singles to Watson, Ginnivan, McDonald, Gunston and Moore. While for Freo, 2 to Bolton, 2 to Amos, singles to Frederick and Switkowski. Earlier today at the Docklands, Adelaide by 11 points over the Bulldogs, 16-13 to 15-8. Ollie Thilthorpe kicking 6 for the Crows, Norton 5 for the Bulldogs. At Giants Stadium, win for GWS, 17-9, 111 to Geelong's 13-7, 85. Cadman kicked 6, Stringer kicked 4. Those for the Giants. Neil kicking 5 for the Cats. And just an update again at the MCG. 26 minutes gone in the third term there. The Bombers by 7, 4-10-34 to Richmond 3-9-27. As Mitch told you, the Hawks have the advantage at the major break. They're up 7-5-46 to the Dockers 6-1-37. Let's get the thoughts of our experts on Saturday night footy. Thanks to ABC Sport, ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Well, although the goals were 5-3, I thought that probably wasn't a true indication of Hawthorn's dominance in that quarter.
I agree.
You mentioned the inside 50s, Cara, and they dominated that, and I thought that they were more reliable in the contest. They were that little bit cleaner, that little bit harder. They were getting on top in clearance. I mentioned a few times how much they're dominating contested possession and ground ball gets, and this is a night for both of those stats, I think, and Hawthorn have just been a little bit sharper in those aspects.
Yeah, completely agree, Bally. The pressure from both teams has been outstanding, and you're right, you made the call late in that quarter that you thought that Hawthorn were just absorbing it, and I suppose being able to hit targets under that pressure. I mean, to put it into context, Hawthorn have had 50 tackles for the game, Freo 53. They both average 61 and 58 for an entire game. So the pressure factor is incredible. I hope it's a fantastic spectacle at the moment. Great game. I hope that continues for the second half. But you're right, it will be the team that's able to absorb it and then go the other way. Again, the Fremantle Dockers just breaking down at that midway point, not being able to get a bailout kick or a stoppage. Hawthorn set up really well defensively and just kept peppering it inside, didn't they?
Well, they're very good at that. We identified that it is very difficult to transition the ball from your D50 to your forward 50 against Hawthorn, and they are very good at doing it themselves. So there are some wins for Fremantle, but just over the court, the longer that the half went on, the more I thought Hawthorn were getting the better of that arm wrestle. It's still obviously a very close game, but right now the pattern of the game is trending Hawthorn's way.
How have you seen the ruck battle? I mean, Meek versus, again, Darcy's spending more time in the ruck, I've noticed, than Jackson, but how are you seeing that one play out at the moment?
I'm seeing the first half slightly in Meek's favour compared to the two Fremantle ruckmen, but you also pointed out that it's going to be a four-quarter thing, so late in the game, given the huge amount of work that Lloyd Meek is going to have to do against those two ruckmen, that could be an area of the game which is vital for Fremantle. Luke Jackson's done some really good things around the ground and some really good sort of handball, and he's been involved in some good clearance chains, but overall I think Meek's just shaded the two Freo ruckmen in that first half.
I'd definitely agree with you there. And the other thing that I've noticed as well, just late in that second half of that quarter, is just the work rate of the Hawthorn players all across the ground to get really nice shape and ground level presence. You mentioned the ground ball battle. Hawthorn are plus 16 in that area across the ground, but their work rate to get into the right spots and then chain the ball out has been something that has been so awesome to see live, but really setting them up and being able to play, I suppose, the ball in their forward half of the ground, because they've just got so much presence at the contest, and then they're able to shape and spread out of there. So that'll be one for Fremantle to match and, again, have a look at half-time, because they need to work hard to support their tools to bring the ball to ground.
Not a huge amount of supply for either team's forward line. Pretty much we're roughly going at 24 inside 50s for Fremantle, 27 for Hawthorn. But you have a look at the key forwards on the ground. From a Fremantle perspective, Amos, the 2 touches, saved by the 2 goals. Voss, the 3, and Tracy, 4. He took a couple of good clunks. But on the other side as well, Chol, only the 2 touches. Cal Shadir's kicked 2 goals for his 4 disposals. So, and Gunston with a goal from his 5. So not a huge night right now for the key forwards. Perhaps the game will open up a little bit in the second half, but, you know, we're zeroing in on the business end of the season. So, as we all know, when we get to this stage of the season against 2 pretty good teams, that it could be an arm wrestle for the entirety of the game, the full 4 quarters. And it's gripping, it's absorbing. Every little mistake, it does count. So a missed tackle, run over the top of a ground ball, don't bodyline the ball when you have an opportunity to get a front-on contact free kick, because what happened in that instance with Matthew Johnson, length of ground, Nick Watson goal. Don't give up the territory. You've got to turn your half chances into scoring opportunities when you get those moments.
The pressure is almost like finals, isn't it? It feels like a final out there, and there's a bit of spice, you know, and a bit of afters on some of the contests and the tackles. So, again, I just hope the energy stays in the game, because it's a fantastic contest thus far.
Well, it is, as we heard, even from the Fremantle coach. This is pretty much like a final for what it means for both of these teams. The Hawks, at the moment, have got the advantage. They're up by 9 points. They win, and they'll climb into the 4, while Fremantle, a victory for them would mean them back into the 8s after round 18. It is 3-quarter time at the MCG. The Bombers lead there by 7 points, 4-10-34 to Richmond's 3-9-27. And just repeating here at Perth Stadium, Hawks 7-4-46 to Fremantle 6-1-37. We'll take a break here. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app. Tonight we're on the AFL button. Let's pause and take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening. I'm William Howard. It's been revealed Victorian authorities failed to act on official reports about the conduct of childcare worker Joshua Dale Brown 2 years before he was charged with sexual offences. Monique Hoare has this exclusive report.
26-year-old Joshua Dale Brown is accused of sexually abusing 8 children at the Creative Gardens Childcare Centre in Point Cook. The ABC understands 2 formal reports were made to Victoria's Reportable Conduct Scheme about Joshua Brown during his employment at that same centre. A report in 2023 that he roughly handled a little child was substantiated by the centre's owner, G8. The Education Department, the Children's Commissioner and Victoria Police were notified of that finding. The ABC understands the Children's Commissioner did not escalate the finding to the Working with Children Check Unit for further scrutiny. The 26-year-old continued to hold a valid Working with Children check and worked at 10 further childcare centres until he was arrested in May this year. The government said it would not comment due to an ongoing police investigation. Listen.
A man allegedly armed with a machete has died after being shot by police at a Westfield shopping centre in Mount Druitt in Western Sydney. Sarah Gerrithy has more.
A fight erupted about 3 o'clock this afternoon, initially between two young women, but it soon escalated to involve others. Some witnesses have described seeing a man armed with a machete running through the centre, while others have described hearing shots ring out after police had arrived. It's clear from what we've been told by these people today that it was pretty chaotic and confusing scenes.
We all, start wondering what's the next step, what do we do, what does protect the kids? And then, next thing we hear 6 shots go off.
We know that several ambulances arrived on the scene, but they were unable to revive the man who was in his 20s, and he died not long after they arrived.
Federal Environment Minister Murray Watt says the passion of traditional owners of the Murujuga cultural landscape helped secure its World Heritage status granted by UNESCO. UN advisers had initially recommended holding off on the recognition because of concerns over the threat of nearby industry, but traditional owners successfully campaigned against that. Mr. Watt says the earlier recommendation was influenced by factual inaccuracies.
In the end, what persuaded the committee was both the scientific evidence that was put forward, which disputed some of the claims that were being made, but also the genuine passion from the traditional owners to see this World Heritage listing be secured.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has arrived in North Korea in the latest visit by a senior Russian official. Mr. Lavrov is scheduled to meet with the North Korean Foreign Minister after flying out of Malaysia following an ASEAN meeting. South Korea's intelligence says North Korea may be preparing to send additional troops to fight with Russia in the war against Ukraine. To sport now, and former top-ranked men's tennis player Novak Djokovic says he'll return to Wimbledon next year following his semi-final defeat to Jannik Sinner. The Italian eased past the physically struggling Djokovic 6-3, 6-3, 6-4 to reach his maiden Wimbledon decider, where he'll face two-time defending champion Carlos Alcaraz. It's another opportunity lost for Djokovic to claim a 25th major title and his 8th at the All England club. The 38-year-old says it's tough to accept his body is letting him down.
When I'm fresh, when I'm fit, I can still play very good tennis. Playing best of 5, and I reached the final stages. I reached semis of every slam this year, but I have to play or Sinner or Alcaraz, and I feel like I'm going into the match with tank half empty.
In the AFL, Greater Western Sydney has staged a 44-point turnaround to defeat Geelong in round 18. The final score was the Giants 17-9-111 to the Cats 13-7-85. Giants forward Aaron Cadman kicked 6 goals in the win, while Jake Stringer scored 3 goals. In the NRL, the Melbourne Storm have overcome a slow start to defeat the Newcastle Knights 32-14 at Hunters Stadium. Newcastle's Dom Young opened the try scoring with a double before Melbourne hit back to trail 8-6 at the break, but the visitors scored 5 second-half tries to ensure the result. In the NRLW, the Roosters are 2 from 2 to start their season after defeating the Dragons 24-10 at Cogra. Just a try separated the sides at the break, but Sydney put their foot down in the second half when the Dragons were reduced to 12. And you're up to date with the very latest ABC News.
Rugby Union's greatest tour is here. ABC Sport has all the live action of every British and Irish Lions game in Australia. Look for the Sports Extra button on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Barris puts the Hawks immediately back inside forward 50.
Sicily and Voss added off the ball.
They continue on. Meantime, the mark's been paid. Ginnivan went to ground. That allowed Deere just to lead out and take pretty much a totally uncontested mark. 45-degree angle from goal. Mark the footy about 40 out. Here comes Deere, looking for his second from 45 metres out. He steers it through for the Hawks. And they hit the fronts at the 7-minute mark of the second term. Walker was tackled and lost it. Banfield tracking for the boundary. Ward keeps it in for the Hawks. Hand pass to Watson. Left forward pocket, miraculous. Terrific goal.
Wagner, he can send the Dockers forward. The kick favours Jaff though. Couldn't quite take it on the half volley. Follows it up, then loses it. Stolen by Sarong. Spears it inside the forward 50. Beautiful kick. Taken on the chest of Jai Amos. Will have the chance to go back from about 35 metres out. He's been out of form this season, Jai Amos. Justin Longmuir has continued to back him in. And he's repaying the faith. Amos gets his second. Back to Switkowski by hand. Clever little kick to Wagner, who chips it inside the forward 50. Saw Shea Bolton all on his own. One already tonight. Set shot on the way. He is all class. He punches the air. The Dockers hit back once again.
Kick inside forward 50. Fly came from Clark. Thought he had enough of it. Instead, play on was the call. Down towards Chapman. Back to Warner. Deep in the left back pocket. Ryan couldn't gather. It's worked towards goal. Ginnivan snaps and goals. And then Ryan goes straight towards him and they lock arms, and there's plenty being said out there. There's a genuine rise in intensity at the moment here at Perth Stadium.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It is half-time here at Perth Stadium. The Hawks lead 7-4-46 to the Dockers 6-1-37. A couple of things to bring you up to date with before Mitch has all the stats for you. In a couple of other rugby league games in the NRL that have been completed today, you heard a number of them in the news, but just recapping them, the Melbourne Storm 32 have beaten Newcastle 14. The Roosters 31 beat St George Illawarra 24. Canterbury 12 have defeated North Queensland 8. Big shout out again. Our coverage of the third test, Australia versus the West Indies, gets underway early tomorrow morning, 2:30 WA time, 4:30 if you're in the east. Day-night test match at Sabina Park in Kingston. The last test that the Aussies will play before the Ashes this summer. Of course, the Australians lead the test series 2-0. Mitchell Starc plays his 100th test and has a chance to bring up his 400th test wicket. He's currently on 395. First ball of the morning, as I said, 4:30 Eastern, and delighted to tell you too, Carl Hooper, one of my all-time favourites, smoothest, the coolest player ever when he was around, will be joining our commentary team for this game. There is also coverage tonight, Wimbledon, available on the ABC Listen app. That'll get underway at 10 o'clock Eastern, so pretty shortly on the Listen app. The men's doubles final will be first up with the Australian Rinky Carter, followed by the women's singles final, of course. Tomorrow night, the men's final, you'll hear all of that as well. 8 minutes into the final term at the MCG, scores are level between the Tigers and the Bombers, 4-10-34 apiece. And just repeating here, the Hawks by 9 over the Dockers. What do the other numbers tell us? Mitch Turner.
Some of the team stats from that first half. The inside 50 counts, favouring Hawthorn now 27-24. The hit-outs 33-31. Fremantle's way, the clearances. Hawks are on top in that stat as well, 27-21. And the tackle count, pretty high for a half of footy, 54 Fremantle, 53 Hawthorn. And the contested possession count, which has been pointed out by Peter Bell and Cara Antonio, Hawks lead that by 22 individually. Carl Amon has 17 touches for Hawthorn, James Warple and Jack Ginnivan with 16 apiece, Massimo D'Ambrosio with 14, and for Fremantle, Caleb Sarong has bounced back. He has 17, so too does Andrew Brayshaw, then 11 to Luke Ryan, Jordan Clark and Matthew Johnson. But the stat that matters most, Hawthorn 7-4-46, Fremantle 6-1-37, a 9-point lead to the Hawks.
Two things from the first half that I know people will be fired up about. One in particular, Jordan Clark mark not being paid. That was a great fly.
It was very clear to me that was just a miss from the umpire. Maybe didn't see him control it all the way down to the ground, but he absolutely did. Should have been a mark.
And the Hawks, just to make sure that we're not being biased here, the Hawks should have absolutely had a free kick. Second term, about 16 minutes to play. It's gone off, I can't remember the docker involved, gone off Chapman Jim.
Well, Chapman gave it away. He was,
just put his hands
to his head. And
they should have been having a shot at goal.
No good at cricket, Heath Chapman.
He'd have walked.
He would have walked.
Every time. 40 metres out from goal, the Hawks should have been having a shot at goal.
100%.
Need more umpires.
That'll help.
Yes, that's certainly been saving things, hasn't it? More umpires. The one thing the world needs, it's more umpires.
They've been really well set up, haven't they, the Hawks in defence? The Fremantle just haven't been able to... I reckon they haven't been able to find corridor as much as they would like to, and they've been poking and probing and trying to get in there, but they're just very well organised, and they've cut Fremantle's ball movement in half a few times. It's important that Fremantle keep looking there because it will open up, I reckon, as fatigue sets in and the game maybe gets a bit more turnover to turnover. But so far, Hawthorn have had all the answers.
Only other thing that might come up, we spoke about Switkowski tackled into the turf by Newcomb. You knew his head had hit the turf because he got up. He had the paint from where the 50s painted on the ground all over the right side of his cheek and all down his face. Anything to worry about if you're Newcomb there?
Well, I need to see the replay because I didn't see it.
Yeah, usually, you look for those sorts of things during a broadcast, but, it wasn't remarkable to me. And generally, you would think if he has got anything to answer for, it'd be sort of leading towards the fine rather than anything more severe.
Last time these sides played, the Hawks came storming back with Sicily going forward to kick 3 goals.
Down in Lonnie, that one.
It was. They won by 13 points. It was a big win for the Hawks as well. That day, Meek had 51 hit-outs for what it's worth. It seems a long time ago. It was exactly this round last year since these two sides have played.
He's got 29 tonight.
He's well on his way to another terrific knock. 59 last week as well, Lloyd Meek. So, although it's a big challenge up against the dual rucks, and they're both out there to start proceedings again. Darcy will take the first centre bounce, but Jackson's there in the middle. Mitch Turner to get us started here on ABC Sport. The Hawks lead by 9.
Big second half for both of these sides, looking to feature in September. Ball bounced. It was a crooked one on top of Sean Darcy.
And usually Luke Jackson towers over opposition midfielders. Not so Connor Nash, who's a rare athlete himself.
He's done some ruck work himself tonight. Connor Nash has the 2 hit-outs from the restart. Newcomb kicks it towards half forward. Ginnivan just punches it on instead of taking the mark. It spills to Ryan of the Dockers. It was a nice kick out to the logo on the broadcast wing where Brayshaw can take the mark. Steps off his line. Called to play on. Just chips it up the line to Voss, who takes the mark. Had a couple players free. Couldn't get back quick enough. Now Patrick Voss can load up. Looking for Josh Tracy inside the forward 50, but Barris, as he's done so well throughout his career, reads it best. Was able to double fist it over the boundary line and out of bounds. And we'll have a ball inside the Dockers attacking 50.
Free kick.
It is a free kick. Couldn't spot what it was for. The ball was punched out of bounds, and then there was a bit of afters, and it goes the way of the Hawks, and Nash can retreat to Amon, whose kick is a dangerous one towards right half back. It's intercepted by O'Meara. He knocks it to his advantage, chips it inside the forward 50, and Switkowski takes the mark on the chest and will have a chance for goal number 2.
Great spoil, sorry, Belly.
Wasn't it?
O'Meara, was it?
O'Meara.
Yeah.
The Hawthorn player, and I can't recall who it was, my apologies, just too much air on the ball and O'Meara cut it in half. One thing to do that and then have the composure, ground ball, and then a dinky little kick to Switkowski.
And he took body as well, so he kept his feet. The Hawthorn player fell over. He was able to impact.
So the off-the-ball free kick goes to Hawthorn, and it still ends up with a Fremantle set shot. Switkowski, standing start, delivers. Switkowski's got 2. Fremantle strike first in the second half. They cut the margin back to 3 points. 7-1-43 now, the Dockers. The Hawks are 7-4-46, 2 minutes into the second half here for Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cara Antonio and Peter Bell are our experts.
Game of turnovers tonight from Score Sources. That's the 5th goal from turnover for Fremantle, 6 to Hawthorn, but fantastic individual come forward defensive acts by O'Meara. You're right, Belly. The Hawthorn player just sat it up far too high. But it was the composure then to hit the kick. Switkowski's been an awesome addition, hasn't he? We spoke about it pre-game. 2 goals.
Amon?
Was it Amon, was it?
It was Amon.
Unlike Amon, who's usually a bit of a laser with the footy, isn't he?
2 quick goals for the Tigers has seen them hit the front by 5 points. 15 gone in the final term. Taranto and Hopper giving them the lead. 40 plays 35 at the MCG. Tigers over the Bombers from the restart. They're able to push it forward. Nash.
Miscommunication there from Sean Darcy. He whacked it Hawthorn's way 3 or 4 metres. No Fremantle player there in the centre bounce.
Darcy wins it down again. Clark's able to share it around to Chapman across centre half back. Not a great kick. D'Ambrosio was up and he marked. Just forward of the wing. Just trying to find, it was either Frederick or Johnson. But D'Ambrosio was able to chop it off. Goes short to Newcomb. Newcomb again to Amon. Kicks inside forward 50. Cal Shadir went up, couldn't mark it. Dockers can rebound quickly. Comes to Brayshaw, now to Jackson. Space in front of him. Just caresses the path to Switkowski. Hands it back to Jackson. Jackson could have gone himself. Instead, he'll pop it into the left forward pocket. And Jai Amos marks. He'll play on. He wants Frederick. And he couldn't mark. Spoil came. Free kick against the Hawks. It's against Hardwick, which I reckon might be a little bit harsh. And there's a bit of chat between Bolton and Sicily after all of that as well. It'll come back to Frederick, who's been given the free kick. I thought, well, I have to see the replay. The spoil looked to be all right, but Frederick is going to be able to go back and have a shot from about 25 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left.
One umpire said play on. The one in control. It was the other one that called the free kick.
It was a long time after it happened. Meantime, Frederick snaps around the body. The set snap sees him kick his second goal. And it gives the Dockers back the lead. Frederick sees Fremantle up by 3 points. 8-1-49 to the Hawks, 7-4-46. 5 gone into this third term. They've kicked the opening 2 of the quarter, the Dockers.
Searching run from Luke Jackson. He started in defensive 50 and was involved 3 times in the chain. Death touch over the top to Amos. And look, I think the free kick was there. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that being paid.
One umpire wasn't and one umpire was.
Yeah. You see him paid, you see him not. The question would more, why didn't Amos go back and take the shot?
And that's a fair question to ask.
So, 4 goal kickers tonight for the Dockers, all with 2. Frederick, the latest to join that list, out of the middle. Brayshaw tries to soccer it forward. Umpire got in the way. Didn't fully impede Morrison. He's able to go quick to McKenzie. Now to Jarman Impey. Kicks inside the forward 50, flying from behind. Cox fisted away for Fremantle into the path of Ginnivan, who slips over, knocks it out of bounds. It's in the forward 50, so it will not be paid insufficient intent. If that was in the defensive 50, it would be. I think it was just a skill error. Ball to be tossed in, right forward pocket for the Hawks. 2 rucks, battling it out. Meek v Darcy over the back. Meek did well to rove his own work. The handball couldn't find a target though. Johnson sockers it off the deck for the Dockers. Got it to Amos, immediately tackled by Battle. Coming through, Johnson was strong. Broke the Morrison tackle. Handball to Brayshaw. Kick inside the forward 50. Brilliant by Hardwick. Got back in front of Voss. Taps it away. Then got it to Sicily, who's able to release Impey from right half back, who's kicked up the wing. And he finds the chest of Jackson, who takes the mark.
Good mark against Warple too. He's hard up against the boundary, Jackson, right on the southern wing. Senses what's in front of him. Now we'll get told to move it on. Go inboard short to Chapman. That's ignored. He'll kick high and long towards left half forward and then floating over the back of all of them. The mark's being taken by Meek, who then gears to Ginnivan. And Ginnivan looks to play on quickly. Out towards the logo. Commentary wing. Running onto it, McDonald. Back to Moore for the Hawks. Measures a kick towards centre half forward. Morrison had 2 to beat. It's brought to ground by Tracy. Sarong following up. Gets a hand pass away for the Dockers to Wagner. His kick was smothered by Moore. He backed up and gathered it again. Hand pass to Chapman. Oh, to Wagner. That's so clever.
Yeah.
Oh, he's been pinged for a throw.
It was.
He scooped it. I thought he was just trying to flick it inboard, but pinged for the scoop, Wagner, to keep it in play. And the Hawks are happy enough to move it back to Sicily after the free kick given against Wagner. Sicily goes short to Ginnivan, and he's marked on the logo. Commentary wing. 7-4-46, the Hawks. The Dockers in front. 8-1-49. 8 gone in the third. Quick score check. The Tigers are up by 10 now. 19 gone in the last against the Bombers. A goal to Jonty Ball. The Tigers 6-10-46. The Bombers 4-12-36.
Switch across the ground for the Hawks. Ends up with Battle. He's kicked towards half forward. It's a free kick to Gunston, who was taken under the ball by Luke Ryan.
It's been a good battle, Ryan versus Gunston tonight, hasn't it, Bally?
It's been intriguing, and I thought Luke was pretty lucky a few moments ago, but the umpire called that free kick.
This might be on the edge of his distance. The man on the mark stands on the 50. Ballycarra, does Jack Gunston have it in him?
Might be right on his distance, I think.
In comes the veteran, Gunston, from 55. Gives it everything he has. It's right to the line, and maybe 2015 Gunston would have got it there. It just didn't have the leg. It's punched through for a minor score. It's Hawthorn's first of the quarter, 7-5-47 for the Hawks, 8-1-49 the Dockers. We've played 9 minutes in the third term.
Cash Fodadara is downstairs for us. Cash.
Hawthorn are ready to pull the trigger on their sub. Finn McGuinness is up on the bench and with the warm-up top off. We just don't know who's coming off yet.
Jackson takes a fine mark at the height advantage, certainly against Mackenzie, but still was able to snaffle the football just shy of the wing. Not a great kick, though. Bounced in front of Clark, gathered it beautifully, and then tumbled to kick himself in the direction of Frederick. Knocked down here by the Hawks. Newcomb involved. Hands it off to Impey. Stepped around Murphy Reid. Impey for Hawthorn, kicking back towards the commentary wing. Jackson backing back, but it's McDonald who takes the mark. He was third in the line of three. Kalshadir in the middle. And it's Oscar McDonald who marks. We'll go right back towards Wagner, standing at right half back on the defensive 50 arc. We'll get told to move it on. Wagner then kicks back over the top of the commentary wing. Flying in from the side was Johnson. Spilled down towards the Hawks. Good tackle came from O'Driscoll. They've worked it on quickly. McGuinness, he's on the ground now. Works it to Morrison. Then on towards Ginnivan. Up into the air at left half forward. No mark taken by Chapman. Ball on the deck. Trying to emerge with its deer. He's taken to ground by Johnson. Ball up again, the call. Just repeating again, you've got the ability to listen to Richmond versus Essendon if you wish on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL Extra button. The Tigers there lead by 10 points, 22 gone in the last.
Darcy taps it down, now becomes Rover, picks it up off the deck. His handball went to no one in particular. McGuinness on the ground with the Hawks. Got it to McDonald, who was pushed off his kick. Wagner. Handball across to Banfield. Now Oscar McDonald to Murphy Reid. Across their own defensive 50. Reid retreats by hand of Chapman. The kick back to Reid's not a good one. The Dockers have put themselves under pressure. Moore has it for the Hawks. Tries to draw the high free kick and does it well. He does it so very well, does Dylan Moore. And he gets the free kick on this occasion.
Couple of skill errors there from Fremantle. Chapman and Reid needed to be better. Can Hawthorn make them pay?
He'll have to kick if he wants to have a shot from the junction at right half forward, where the 50 meets the boundary. He's capable of the miraculous, though, is Dylan Moore. The kick is on its way, and it's shallow and punched across the goal line for another rush behind. 7-6-48 the Hawks, 8-1-49 the Dockers, 11.5 gone in the third.
A head downstairs, a Cash Fodadara. Cash.
It's Cam Mackenzie who's been subbed out for Hawthorn, and it's a tactical decision.
So the Dockers from the kick-in. Clark's able to find Chapman, who marks. Still in his defensive 50. Oh, dangerous kick. He was looking to get it towards Johnson. He's missed him. Ball, fortunately, though, for Freo, just flicked the turf inside the boundary line. It's a throw-in. 51 out from the Hawks' goal at left half forward.
He's had a few of those tonight, Heath Chapman.
Ball put back into play. Hawks attacking the city end of the ground in this term. One down by Meek, went to Warple. Looking to rip it out of his grasp was Johnson. He's tackled to ground with Warple and Newcomb. A ball up the call. Still at left half forward. Still 51 out from Hawthorn's attacking goal. Meek palmed it down once more to Newcomb. Kicked straight into Darcy. Ricocheted away for Bolton. Good gather. Quick hands. Sarong on in turn to Clark. Bumps it forward. It'll bounce at centre half forward. Tracy's out after it. So too Hardwick. Tracy elects to soccer it forward in the direction of Amos. Amos can't gather up against two Hawks who are happy enough to see it across the boundary line. Hardwick heavily involved. Also Battle making sure it's a throw-in. 35 out from the Dockers attacking goal at the city end of Perth Stadium. Freo lead by a point. 13 gone in the third.
There's no rucks of this contest because Nash and Jackson were both coming onto the ground and we're 100 metres
We got
from
3
the ball
ruckmen out there and not one of them could get to that contest.
It just went up, it fell down, it hit the turf and it was knocked out of bounds. Nash and Jackson were sprinting from the bench and no one knew who to nominate.
And you know what? We should see that more often. You don't need the rucks to nominate. They should just throw it up and get other people to get involved.
I wanted to see Sarong v Ginnivan. That would have been a cracker. Neither went up for it in the end. Here are Nash and Jackson. Ball tapped down to Newcomb. It was tackled. Just dropped the footy. Crown wanted to hold in the ball. Wasn't forthcoming and players tie up again.
Shouldn't be like school prefects. You shouldn't have to nominate. They should just throw it up. The rucks aren't there. Somebody else can do the job.
Jackson against Nash, taps it down. O'Driscoll knocked off it. Now goes crashing back in. He's on top of the footy. He's tackled. The ball it up again. 25 metres out from the Dockers attacking goal. They have a 1-point lead. Cracking game of footy here at Perth Stadium. Jackson over the top of Nash, tapped it down. Brainshaw's topo went straight to Jath. Tied up again by a couple of Dockers, though. Balled up once more. 14 minutes gone in the third term.
Tigers still by 9 points over the Bombers. 26 gone in the last at the MCG. From the restart, the ball bobbles around, came out to Sarong, threw it on the boot, kicked towards right, ball forward, trying to gather it, and then tackled to ground was Jath. Strong tackle. It's going against the Dockers here, a free kick. Voss getting involved. Barris will have the ball for the Hawks at left full back. Send it long to a big pack. Left half back, off hands, taken by Eamon, moved it on towards Ginnivan. Surrounded by Dockers, dangerous kick, but it was perfectly placed. And Chol's able to mark, despite being taken to ground by Johnson. Will go up to take his kick between left half back and centre wing, Coventry side. The kick is in the direction of Morrison. Didn't quite make it. Able to get hands on it was Cox at the back. Wagner, lovely kick and a great mark diving forward. Tracy on the logo.
Plays on quickly by hand to Bolton. Now O'Driscoll inside the centre square. Goes to Jackson. Dockers work it through hand. Wagner to Clark. High kick inside the forward 50. Boss over the top. Can't mark McInnes. Roves it. Gives it to Barris. Kick under pressure was a good one. Across his own defensive 50. Found Newcomb at left half back. Handballs further afield to Sicily. The Hawks have the overlap. Morrison gathers. Short kick to Chol. Takes it on the half volley. Chips it inside. McDonald met solidly by Clark. Free kick Hawthorn. It's going to Connor McDonald for a push against Jordan Clark. I thought he got a lot of fist on the footy.
That looked like a really good spoil to the naked eye.
Free kick, Connor McDonald. Kicks into the pocket. Gunston can't mark under pressure from Oscar McDonald. Watson is forced out of bounds. Fremantle fans not happy. Ball to be tossed back in left forward pocket for the Hawks. Kicking to the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium.
So tense. What a great game.
These sides have been going at each other all night. Both chasing a finals position. From the restart over the back, Chapman takes it on the bounce for the Dockers. Kicks to the wing. Barris and Voss wrestle one-on-one. Tracy becomes Rover. Kicks off a step. The Hawks have the numbers. Bounces on its end. Just beyond left half back for Hawthorn. Battle to Hardwick. Short kick's a good one. Finds D'Ambrosio who can move it by hand to Amon.
Amon hard up against the boundary, just shy of centre wing. Stabs a pass forward. He wanted Ward. Bolton knocked it down. It came to Sarong. Worked it on to Switkowski. Shrugged the tackle. Spears it into the chest of Amos. Leading out, he marks 45 from goal. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
Just the wrong option. I can't remember who the kicker was, but decided to go inside to a 1v3 and had Sicily down the line by himself. Turnover, quick hands by Bolton, and again a nice lead up by Amos. Switkowski, great hit up. He's been such a great inclusion into the side tonight, been involved.
Jai Amos will have to kick from 50. On the left, kickers out to the right.
Got way too close then.
He did. It's missed everything. Out of bounds on the full.
He does do that a bit, but Yeah, that one clearly affected his kick.
No change to the score. The Dockers still by a point, 18 gone in the third. The MCG, the Tigers still by 9, 30 minutes gone in the last there over the Bombers.
Battles kick to the wingers off the hands of Meek and eventually spills to D'Ambrosio, who's taken out of bounds. A couple of the Hawks not happy with just a little bit of treatment that Banfield gave the Hawks winger. He said there's been little spot fires all night. There is a lot of spice in this game. Meek v Jackson. The former Docker v the current one. Jackson taps it down into the path of Murphy Reid. Tackled by Nash and D'Ambrosio, not going anywhere. Ball up 55 metres out from the Dockers attacking goal. They have a 1-point lead. Haven't seen a goal in 13 minutes of footy. The restart, Nash down low, handballed it to Ward. Through traffic, came to Ginnivan, too slow, run down. Umpire said play on. O'Driscoll's handball, a hot one to Johnson. He cops one in the face. Play on again. Picks it back up, dispossessed. Ward goes in. Players diving in everywhere. Fremantle fans not happy. Ginnivan was run down, dropped the ball. Umpire said play on. It's a blood rule coming to, I think it's Matthew Johnson, who's caught one in the nose in that last tackle.
Tigers have won their first game since round 9. They've beaten the Bombers by 9 points at the MCG. 6-10-46 to Essendon's 4-13-37.
From the restart, Hawthorn win the clearance, but it's straight down to Oscar McDonald, who takes a nice mark and is starting to grow into this game. Here's Oscar McDonald. He kicks towards half forward. Sicily strong. Beautiful use of the body. Read the ball well. And the Hawks skipper takes the intercept mark. Left half back in the long sleeves. They still trail by one solitary point as he kicks it up the wing in front. Gunston couldn't take it, nor could Deer from behind. Warple roved it, gave it to Meek, trying to get it back to Warple. Stolen by Brayshaw to Jackson. Inside to Switkowski, dancing around on the spot. Gives it to Sarong. Left foot kick inside the forward 50. Sicily drops in front. Can't take the mark. Surely was taken high. Umpire said play on, nothing untoward. It comes to battle. And he's able to check his kick to the defensive 50 where Impey can mark. Handball to Jaffers, run down. Play on again, says the umpire. It falls to Switkowski. Handball to Warner. If he is pinned, the Fremantle fans might tear this place to pieces.
Well, Sicily should have got a free kick, and that was a bit of play of someone who's not around the goals too often. Carl Warner was a deer in the headlights.
Hawks move it out to Sicily again. Left back pocket short to D'Ambrosio. He'll take a bounce. Going to him, O'Meara. D'Ambrosio kicks beautifully and he finds Newcomb. Jai Newcomb marking it left half forward. Sends the ball inboard to the run of Amon again. He'll just pop it inside forward 50. That's beautifully worked. Ginnivan leading out to mark. Disposal 24 for him.
He's been excellent in this game.
Be a shot at goal.
Doesn't look too sure.
1-1 so far tonight. Jack Ginnivan. Any score would see the scores themselves level. He's going to have to kick from 51 out. He works himself onto his right. It's not going to have the distance. It'll land at full forward. Off hands, Watson. Oh, ran straight into Ryan. That is a goal-saving tackle by Ryan. Bit of afters from it as well. Nothing untoward from the tackle. It was first class. Winning it down as Jackson straight into traffic. It's been held in. Watson hit that at real pace. Ryan stood there, wrapped him up, ball and all, took him to the turf. Great tackle. Spills out the side. Socket forward by McDonald. Goal. And he leaps towards the crowd at the city end wearing Hawthorn colours. McDonald's got his second. Jackson won the hit out. McDonald just decided to poke the right boot at it and sent it between the big sticks for a major. The Hawks are back in front at the 22-minute mark of the third. 8-6-54 to 8-1-49. That is quite stunning. They just weren't able to get rid of it. O'Driscoll, I think it was, tried to pick it up. And then while it was still on the turf, it's gone between a forest of legs.
Hard to believe it could get through there.
And nutmegged, as you said, Cal Shadir. Oh, goodness me.
Well done, Connor McDonald, because he laid a tackle that dispossessed O'Driscoll. The ball jarred loose. He got his boot in there, and a beautiful result for Hawthorn.
Hawks back in front here at Perth Stadium.
What a game.
This is some game of footy, as Cara Antonio says. The umpire's just double-checking everything is all good with the goal. It's clear to us it'll be bounced in the middle. Darcy v Meek. Good bounce from the umpire. Meek over the top of Darcy, taps it down. Nash bends over, picks it up, tackle to ground by Brayshaw. Just got the handball away. Bolton, handball out in front of Frederick, who becomes tackler. And Impey gets the high tackle that was there. Frederick got him over the shoulder. Freo fans weren't happy, but it was pretty clear to see. Impey takes the free kick. Kicks out to the broadcast wing in front. Newcomb couldn't take the mark. Connor McDonald gathers, snaps around his body for the Hawks. Warner leads the race for the Dockers. Handball to Brayshaw, who's under a lot of pressure. Squeezes the handball back to Warner, who goes further back to Ryan. His kick is high, and it's fading out of bounds on the full. Free kick, Hawthorn. Chol will have it right in front of their bench.
So Chol on the left puts it back into the left forward pocket. Pack of about 6 up at the back. Here's Watson gathering it, running it towards goal. He misses near side to the left-hand side. Minor score, but they're up by 6 points. 8-7, 55, 8-1, 49 the Dockers. 24 gone in the third. Cash Fodadara is downstairs.
Matt Johnson is headed down to the Fremantle rooms. I've been told it's for a stitch to repair that bleeding from his face.
Fremantle kicked the ball long out of defence over the back of the pack. Eamon was pushed as he kicked. It fell the way of the Hawks, though. Gets it to Sicily, kick inside the forward 50. Punched away from Watson by Ryan. Clark to Warner, whose kick is well wide, out of bounds on the full.
Feeling the pressure right now, Fremantle. That's 3 or 4 in a row, including a couple of out of bounds on the full.
Well, the free kick goes to Morrison, and his kick off a step wasn't much better. It was a bit of a shank, and luckily bounces just inside the boundary line, but it's out of bounds. Boundary throw in 35 metres around from the Hawks attacking goal. They lead by 6.
It's been a tremendous game of footy. Terrific crowd in as well. And so much at stake as Meek won it down to Newcomb. Tried to hand it off to Nash. Couldn't gather cleanly. McGuinness got the arms free. Hand pass into no one in particular. Eventually Bolton's able to gather off the deck. Gave it to Banfield now for the Dockers. O'Driscoll, hand pass towards left half back. Hit solidly by Impey. Kicked by McGuinness back into the right forward pocket. Clark with the spoil. Tries to gather. Tackled by Gear.
It's a mark.
The mark's been paid. So he's tried to spoil it and then marked it in the end as he fell towards ground. It's something you don't see every day. Well done to Jordan Clark, and he's got it inside his defensive goal square, standing on the goal line, and he'll kick long beyond defensive 50.
Looking for Voss. Sicily parks himself in front. Can't take the mark. In there is Nash. His handball stolen by Frederick. Bouncing ball up the wing. Went over the head of Impey. In came Barras. Slid to his knees. Gathered. Handball to Impey. High ball back inside the forward 50. Big pack flies at ground level. Wagner stood up in the tackle. Little handball to Brayshaw of the Dockers, but his kick is back to Impey. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Couple of players fly somehow in front. Jack Gunston takes the juggling mark, and he may have just copped one across the chin as well for his troubles. This one is slightly closer than his last attempt. He'll kick from just outside 50. Slight angle to the left.
The quintessential in-out in. They're well set up, Hawthorn, and they deserve this. They've been very strong the last few minutes.
Jack Gunston, the veteran. The kick once again falls just short, and Darcy's there to tap it through. Takes the margin to 7 points. 8-8-56 the Hawks, 8-1-49 the Dockers. 27 minutes into the third term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
Repeating full time at the MCG. The Tigers with a win. Their first since round 9. Their fourth of the season. They've beaten the Bombers by 9 points. Fremantle move it towards right half back. Meek can't mark Morrison there. Back to Meek by hand for the Hawks. Moves it out for battle then towards Impey, who goes short. And he's able to find Jath. CJ Marks at left half forward. He'll roll inboard. Sending it long to the teeth of goal. 3-on-3 battle. Rising! Sensational mark from front position. McGuinness. The sub has come on and taken a beauty at full forward.
Well, they just can't get it past halfway, can they? Fremantle set up so well. Hawthorn and Impey in particular, 8 disposals this quarter, 4 of those inside forward 50 entries. Fantastic pack mark, though, to McGuinness.
First game since round 13. 3-6 for the season, McGuinness. And he's put it through for the Hawks. And their lead stretches out to 13 points at the 29-minute mark of the third. 9-8-62 the Hawks. The Dockers are 8-1-49. This is Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner, your experts. Hall of Famer Peter Bell, All-Australian Cara Antonio.
Well, he was opposed to Wagner, and that's a good matchup in a marking contest for Hawthorn, but Hawthorn's structure behind the ball has been excellent, and their pressure on the Fremantle ball carriers, because all of Fremantle's numbers are in D50, and they just haven't been able to find a composed mark and to slow it down. They've just hack-kicked it out because of Hawthorn's excellent pressure, and it's come back in with interest.
How will the Dockers respond? They kicked the first 2 of this third term. Hawthorn have responded. They've kicked 2 back. Ball back in the middle. Darcy just slaps it forward. The Hawks are the first to get there, though. Ward to Newcomb. His handball knocked down by Brayshaw. The ball's tumbling Fremantle's way. Newcomb goes back in. Siren sounds. Terrific fourth quarter coming up for us. Should be a thrilling finish. The Hawks and the Dockers, plenty to play for. And it is the Hawks, 9-8-62, that find themselves with a 13-point lead over the Dockers, 8-1-49. Clint Wilden.
So the goal kickers for Hawthorn, 2 to Deer, 2 to McDonald, and singles to Moore, Gunston, McGuinness, Ginnivan and Watson. So McGuinness, the sub, came on at the 11-minute mark of that third term. They've activated their sub, the Hawks. The Dockers have not so far. Isaiah Dudley remains on the bench. And each of 4 Fremantle goal kickers with 2 goals apiece. Bolton, Amos, Frederick and Switkowski. Hawthorn by 13 points at three-quarter time, 9-8-62 to the Dockers, 8-1-49. Quickly, a reminder, earlier tonight, the Tigers by 9 points over the Bombers, 6-10-46 to Essendon, 4-13-37. Their first win, the Tigers, since round 9, and their 4th of the season. And other results, GWS too good for Geelong, and Adelaide downing the Bulldogs. But here with a quarter to play, it's the Hawks over the Dockers at Perth Stadium by 13 points. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app, this is Saturday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz spoiled by kids, and of course,
Do not watch this show!
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Nash can retreat to Amon, whose kick is a dangerous one towards right half back. It's intercepted by O'Meara. He knocks it to his advantage, chips it inside the forward 50, and Switkowski takes the mark on the chest and will have a chance for goal number 2. Switkowski, standing start, delivers. Switkowski's got 2. Fremantle strike first in the second half.
Jackson, space in front of him, which caresses the path to Switkowski, hands it back to Jackson. Jackson could have gone himself, instead he'll pop it into the left forward pocket, and Jai Amos marks. He'll play on, he wants Frederick, and he couldn't mark. Spoil came, free kick against the Hawks. Frederick is going to be able to go back and have a shot from about 25 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left. Frederick snaps around the body. The set snap sees him kick his second goal, and it gives the Dockers back the lead. It's not going to have the distance. It'll land at full forward. Off hands, Watson. Oh, red straight into Ryan. That is a goal-saving tackle by Ryan. Bit of afters from it as well. Nothing untoward from the tackle. It was first class. Watson hit that at real pace. Ryan stood there, wrapped him up, forward all, took him to the turf. Great tackle. Fills out the side, softened forward by McDonald, goal. And he leaps towards the crowd. McDonald just decided to poke the right boot at it and set it between the big sticks for a major. The Hawks are back in front at the 22-minute mark of the third.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
And Hawthorn lead the Dockers by 13 points with a quarter to play. Let's get the thoughts of our experts on ABC Sport. Hall of Famer Peter Bell, former Dockers captain, and All-Australian Cara Antonio.
Well, 2 goals each for the quarter, but towards the end it was Hawthorn in control. Fremantle just couldn't exit the ball out of their D50. Hawthorn's structure was very good. Fremantle couldn't find a composed possession, and indeed they were feeding Hawthorn's already high level of pressure by poor skill errors, I thought. A couple of out of bounds on the full. We saw an O'Driscoll handball that went to ground when Shea Bolton was out. We've seen Heath Chapman turn a couple over as well. And I just think at this stage, Hawthorn seemed to have the answers and a little more clinical than Fremantle have been. But having said that, the margin is still quite short in this match, and it's been a really gripping, absorbing contest.
Yeah, you feel like every ball that's there to be won is so high-pressured and so contested. You spoke about defensively set up Hawthorn, +8 for intercept possessions in that quarter alone, with, I mentioned, Impey just getting on the end of a number, 4 inside 50s from him. Again, I thought Brayshaw was outstanding for Fremantle, set the tone inside, had 5 tackles that quarter, but you're right, every ball that wanted to be won was contested under pressure, and Hawthorn just seemed a bit more skillful and cleaner and were able to absorb the pressure, and then obviously pepper it inside forward 50, getting a couple of marks and a couple of goals. They had opportunities. They kicked the 2 goals for Hawthorn that quarter, so probably could have got on the end of a couple of more, but we're in for a really good contested final quarter.
So that contested possession count, as you referred to, the Hawks lead that by 29, which is a big margin at three-quarter time. The inside 50s, they lead the Dockers by 7. That's 41-34. The hit-outs, Fremantle's way, 44-39. The clearances, Hawks lead that 31-29. The tackle count, 75 for Fremantle, 62 for Hawthorn. Individually, Eamon and Ginnivan have 24 for the Hawks. Newcomb 21 for the Dockers. Brayshaw has 24. Sarong 23. Jordan Clark with 21. But it's the Hawks that lead by 13 points.
The Hawks, as they sit, will be in the 4. The Dockers, they're still outside of the 8. Will it be hot ball or dock ball to prevail? It's Hawks in front at the moment. 1 quarter to come. And we're underway in the last. And it's Meek in front who palms it down, but Sarong got there. Slapped forward by Jackson after he saw the hand pass come his way to Brayshaw, to Bolton. Switkowski on to Dudley, who's on the ground for the Dockers. Kicks towards goal. Voss was stretching. Couldn't quite get to it off hands and through for a minor score. 9-8-62 the Hawks. 2-goal game. The Dockers 8-2-50. 28 seconds gone in the last.
Long kick out from the Hawks. Off hands for Meek. It spilled down towards Jackson. His handball found no one but Hawthorn. Warple kicked it in the wrong direction, out of bounds, and has given up 20 metres of possession, or territory and possession. So it's a free kick to the Dockers. Andrew Brayshaw. He will take it. The right forward 50 junction. Couple of leads. He ignores them. Now he goes towards Tracy. Inside the forward 50. Off hands out the back. It spills towards Barris. His handball hugs the boundary line. There is a teammate there, though, and the ball goes out of bounds. A cash voted downstairs.
It's Bailey Banfield who's been subbed off for Isaiah Dudley, and it's a tactical decision by Fremantle.
The dangerous Bailey Banfield off the ground for the deadly Isaiah Dudley. Jackson and Meek stalk each other as they wait for the ball to be spun back in. They tie up, both get a hand to it. Meek turns a rover. Jackson turns tackler. Locked up 40 metres out from the Dockers. Attacking goal. They trail the Hawks by 12.
Umpire puts it into the night sky. One down by Meek. Nash got there. Hand pass back to D'Ambrosio. Threw it on the boot. That's going to be out of bounds on the full. Almost into the first row. Free kick to Fremantle at right half forward.
Roles reversed. Fremantle's time to put pressure on Hawthorn and see if they can find that composed possession coming out of D50.
It's Wagner with his red boots. Kicks the yellow Sharon in the right forward pocket. Coming towards it, Tracy, front position, Sicily off his hands. Roving Switkowski kicks his third. Fremantle with the start they desperately needed to this final term. Switkowski kicking their ninth in the opening 70 seconds. Hawthorn 9-8-62. Their lead cut to 6 points. The Dockers moved to be 9-2-56. Early stages, final term per stadium thanks to ABC Sport.
Clinical front and square from Sam Switkowski, who's been electric tonight. They're a team that are not good at the skill of front and square. They often have zero representation forward 50 in that part of the game, but Switter was exactly where any small forward should be in a long direct entry to a marking contest. He's been very good.
Sidestepped Eamon there, and he knew the moment he got goal side of him, he'd gone the wrong side. He went boundary. Switkowski went goal side and got on the end of it.
The Dockers have kicked the opening goal of all 4 quarters tonight. They still trail by 6 points in the middle. Newcomb, always tough, took the contact. Handballs to Warple. Kick inside the forward 50. Cox can't mark for Fremantle. Big pack forms. Comes out the way of Chol. Snaps towards the goal square. Punched away from Gunston. Ginnivan comes through. Tries to sock it off the deck. He can't. Now he gathers. Handball to Deer. To Gunston. Takes on the tackler. Gets a handball free. Left forward pocket for Hawthorn. They couldn't quite get it done. The Dockers desperate. They force the ball up.
He's one of the best at testing the tackle, isn't he? Newcomb got his arms free. Couldn't believe he could get out of that tackle, but he's been doing it for a while now.
Meek from the restart taps it down to Warple, taking the ground in the tackle. It spills to O'Driscoll. He's wrapped up as well. Have another ball up, 15 metres out from the Hawks attacking goal. They lead the Dockers by 6 points, 4 minutes into the last.
Throwing up. Frogs out of tap. Jackson the more telling one. Down to Warple. He was tackled immediately. Wrapped up by Bolton. Another ball up the call. Inside forward 50 for the Hawks. Heading to the city end or the right of our broadcast position in this quarter. And the restart, it comes down towards Wagner and he's tackled immediately. Wrapped up by McDonald. Into the air it goes again. Meek this time, won it down to Newcomb. Back to D'Ambrosio. His kick was short. Gunston couldn't take it. Trying to mop up Ryan. Played it into the ground and then over it goes across the boundary line. About 35 out from the Hawks attacking goal.
Hawthorn's spare is Jarman Impey. He's the deepest defender, about 75 metres away from where the boundary throw-in's taking place.
He was racking up the loose ball behind the ball in the last quarter. The third term just gone. He had 8 touches, 4 inside 50s. Toss back in. Meek to the front. Moore tries to break through traffic. He's taken the ground, dispossessed. O'Driscoll, dangerous kick into the middle of centre half back. Tracy crashes the pack. Players hit the deck everywhere. Clark comes through. Sockers it off the ground. There's that goalkeeper though. At the back of the pack is Impey. Gathers in space. Runs his full measure. Kicks inside the 450. Deer flew from the side. Couldn't take the mark. Spinning through Connor McDonald. He gets a kick inside the 450. And maybe fortuitous it falls onto the chest of Mabior Chol playing in front. He'll have a chance to go back and have a set shot for his first goal of the night.
You've got to be aware, surely, that Jarman Impey's in that position and you have a chance to pick up the ball and use your numbers because you have numbers. It's very critical, I know, but just the hack soccer is not helping anyone because it's coming back with interest. It's poor game sense.
Mabior Chol stood up in some big moments this year. He's been quiet so far tonight. Has the chance to make an impact. Chol on the runway. Kick starts left. It's swinging back. Not enough. Too early for the handy point, but it pushes the margin out to 7. 9-9-63 the Hawks. 9-2-56 the Dockers. 6 minutes into the final term. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
Here's Ryan with the kicking duties for the Dockers and he turns it over. You'd almost think he was looking for Carl Amon. He stood there and marked despite the close attention of Dudley just after he'd marked the footy. Amon puts it back into the left forward pocket, carries over the first pack, waiting at the back. McDonald has forced Oscar McDonald for the Dockers to rush it through.
Wouldn't have thought that'd be the set play, the long kick into Isaiah Dudley.
No.
Miscommunication or...
9-10-64 to 9-2-56. Hawks out by 8-7 gone in the last.
Jordan Clark with the kicking duties on this occasion, looking for a tall target. Tracy goes through his hands, out the back, Murphy Reid. Beautiful handball over the top of Frederick. Under pressure from Jaff. Shakes the tackle, takes the bounce, 55 out, goes inside the forward 50 and Voss takes the mark. Beautiful stuff from Murphy Reid and terrific work from Michael Frederick. And the prancing pony, Patrick Voss, will have the set shot from 50 metres out, tight angle to the left.
Well, he just shinnied Frederick. He shouldn't really have been able to break that tackle, but he did.
Stood up, didn't he?
Yep.
Strong hips, drove the legs. Really good set play. They haven't come through the corridor enough tonight.
If Fremantle are looking for a spark, Patrick Voss would be the man to deliver. He sinks his slipper into the ball. It's all the way to the line. He punches the air. And Patrick Voss delivers. And isn't he pumped up? That could get the Dockers going. Voss gets his first of the night. And Fremantle draw back within 2 points. Grandstand finish coming up. 10-2-62 the Dockers. 9-10-64 the Hawks. 8.5 into the last quarter. Peter Bell, Cara Antonio are our experts for Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
That risk versus reward, wasn't it? Just the loopy handball from Reid through the corridor. If you turn the ball over there, it's gone back the other way and probably a certain goal. But again, Frederick just so strong in the hips, running with momentum. He's been quiet tonight, Voss. But if that doesn't get the Dockers up and about, I don't know what will.
Delivered when he needed to for Fremantle. 2-point ball game. Darcy wins it out to Sarong. Immediately threw it on the boot. Went inside forward 50. Frederick couldn't mark. Impey at the back gathered. Under pressure. Went towards the boundary line. That's going to be called insufficient intense. The hand pass of Clanger. Johnson to have it. 75 from goal at left half forward. Puts it in towards left, full forward. Sicily spoils it over the boundary line. Only about 15 out from Freo's attacking goal. The Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium to the left of our broadcast position in this final term.
They kicked the first two in the third quarter and then Hawthorn struck back. Will it follow the same script?
Thrown in, Meek palmed it down. McGuinness at the drop, got it out towards Watson. Kicks the Hawks beyond defensive 50 towards the commentary wing. Almost the mark then to Ryan. Out the back it comes. Chapman gathered, gave it back to Cox for the Dockers. Kicks inside forward 50. Huge pack up. Darcy gathered it himself. Got it to Bolton. Can't step away. Firstly from Nash and then run down. Amon got him. Free kick for the Hawks inside Freo's back 50. Hawthorn by 2. 10 gone in the last on ABC Sport.
We don't have an inch out there at the moment. The pressure is so high. The Hawks have possession and they have the lead. Deer kicks it down the wing. Chol in front. Can't take the mark. Punched down to Sarong, but Chol lays a strong tackle. Gee, hit the ground and immediately pounced on Sarong. The ball's going to be tossed up. Meek v. Darcy. The tap comes down to Johnson for Fremantle. Tumbling kick towards half-forward. Sicily terrific. Took the mark. Played on, was tackled. Ball spills free. Murphy Reid inside 50 to Amos. Handball to Frederick. Oh, he spilt it. Had possession and dropped it. Still inside the Dockers forward 50. And it goes out of bounds off the hands of Dudley. Frederick just needed to gather cleanly and he was through on goal. And he couldn't take the handball. It'll be tossed back in left forward pocket for Fremantle. They trail the Hawks by 2 points.
Ball put back into play. Meek got away from Darcy. Takes clean possession. Hand pass to Moore. Spun away from the attempted tackle. Throws it on the boot. Will kick towards the commentary wing. This should be insufficient intent. It will be. Looking to find touch more than anything else. Pinged by the umpire. Cox gave it to Ryan for the Dockers. A switch of play out in the direction of the southern wing. O'Driscoll marks, goes on a run. Hand passes across the logo to Clark. Clark will kick high up into the sky to land just inside the forward 50, off hands. D'Ambrosio couldn't get to it. Voss shoveled it back inboard for the Dockers. Here's Tracy off the outside of the right boot, sliding through. Impey couldn't mark. His kick goes up and down in the lift, tapped down by Kalshadir. Came out to McGuinness, shovels a hand pass forward. Nash tried to soccer off the ground, missed. Johnson gathers, tackled by Moore, got a hand pass out, still there to be won. Impey, hand passes into space, Bolton strong, he shoved his opponent, D'Ambrosio, away from it. Got it back in turn to Warner, kicks the ball forward, Tracy flew, couldn't mark, ball hit the deck again. Jack gave it to Barras, and Barras goes long beyond defensive 50 for the Hawks, though it's marked by Clark at right half forward for Freo.
This is frantic footy.
The umpires have put the whistle away.
They won't pay anything either way. Clark for the Dockers sends it inside the forward 50. Tracy Flyers can't mark. Darcy rows it, kicks on goal, diving, desperate effort on the line. Terrific defensive work by Massimo D'Ambrosio. Oh, the Italian blood. He became goalkeeper as he punched it over the line. 10-3-63 the Dockers, 9-10-64 the Hawks. 1 point game, 13 minutes into the final term.
It's been a beauty on ABC Sport. The Hawks long towards left half back. Big fly, Deer in front. He's trying to claim the mark, I think. Umpire's not going to buy it. It's going to be a ball up as Deer was tackled. Freo fans looking to urge their team on at Perth Stadium. Meek palmed it down. Came in the direction of Nash. Got it away to McGuinness. His hurried kick is down the throat, though, of Wagner, marking just in front of the logo. Puts it back into the middle of the ground dangerously. Jack knocked it down against O'Driscoll. Looking to work it forward. It came to Moore. Back in turn to Jack. Forced a hand pass backwards. The pressure came from Ryan to Ginnivan for the Hawks. Threw it on the boot. Kicked long into the right forward pocket. But Clark was there for Fremantle to mop up. The Dockers dodge a bullet there. And they move it short to O'Driscoll, who sends it back to Wagner inside his defensive 50. Still a 1 point ball game. Hawks in front of Fremantle. 14 gone in the last here on ABC Sport.
There is a long way to travel in this game. Wagner up the wing. Tracy in front. Takes the mark. Rolls. Plays on. Kicks it inside the forward 50. Amos or Voss the target. Voss couldn't take the mark. Now he gathers. Chips inside. Darcy all alone. 40 metres out from goal. He marks. And the two rucks stood tall in the fourth term a couple of weeks ago here at Perth Stadium. Can they do it again?
That was just miscommunication from Barras and Battle there. They both ran back towards goal. No one came at the ball carrier. I think it was Voss that just squared up and saw a number of Fremantle players by themselves and picked out Sean Darcy.
Sean Darcy to put Fremantle back in front. It's not convincing, but it doesn't matter. Darcy gets his first. Fremantle get the lead. What a game of footy here at Perth Stadium. 11-3-69 the Dockers, 9-10-64 the Hawks. Fremantle in front by 5 points. 15.5 into the final term. Former Dockers captains Cara Antonio and Peter Bell are our experts here for ABC Sport.
Well, Meek's had their measure, the two Fremantle ruckmen for the majority of the game. Both Meek and Jackson off the field at the moment, although Jackson's just re-entered the arena. And you wonder whether what you highlighted earlier in the game, Cara, whether the two rucks are going to become pivotal in the last bit of this contest. That's how close the game is. It could come down to who's getting that ascendancy at clearance. And Sean Darcy is beginning to have a bit of an impact, not just because of that goal, but a couple of clearances and hit-outs to advantage previous.
What a game of footy. From the bounce to restart, Darcy takes clean possession. Got it down to Brayshaw, looked to work it forward to Jackson. Switkowski coming the other way. Was tackled by Aim on his hand pass. Went awry. Newcomb picked it up, gave it to Ward of the Hawks. Kicks towards the logo, southern side. Ginnivan tries to get there against Clark. They'll appeal for insufficient intent. They won't get it. It'll be thrown back in here on true centre wing. Terrific crowd in again. 49,460 despite inclement weather for much of this morning and a fair touch of this afternoon as well. So nearly 50,000 in for the Dockers and the Hawks tonight. Put back into play. Taken down by Darcy. Out after it. Johnson couldn't gather under pressure. It came to O'Driscoll for the Dockers. Kicks towards right half forward. Barris wins it out against Tracy. Good defence. A former Eagles premiership player. Now a Hawk in season 2025. Seeing it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Right half forward for Freo. The Dockers by 5 points. 17 and a half gone into the last. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport.
My numbers tell me that's the biggest home and away crowd between these two clubs. The only game bigger was the grand final in 13. The Dockers go forward from the restart. Bouncing ball inside 50. Amos tackled to ground. Strong tackle by Battle. It goes out of bounds and he infringed.
I think the tackle lingered is what the umpire signalled. I'd like to see it again.
Well, the ball spilt out in the tackle. Hawks fans would argue it was incorrect disposal. Fremantle fans argue he didn't have it. I thought play on, ball in was the correct call, but Amos will have the set shot.
Doesn't usually go the snap kick, Jai Amos. And he's doing it from a fair way out.
Tight angle, right forward pocket. Jai Amos plays on, snaps it across the face. Big pack forms. Boss can't mark. Tries to rove his own ball. He overruns it. Hardwick clearing kick for the Hawks is tight on the boundary. And it's too far. It's out of bounds on the full. Free kick to Fremantle. Heath Chapman will take it. 70 out from goal.
Had a look there, Pat Voss. If he had just handled the ball cleanly, he was running into an open goal. I think he was thinking about the celebration.
No doubt.
Chapman puts it back towards the teeth of goal. Barris is up. Good mark. Gets it defensively for the Hawks at fullback. He's done that time and time again on this ground. Now in the Hawks' colours, and he'll move it short to his new captain in Sicily. Still the Dockers by 5 points. 19 minutes gone in the last. Saturday night footy on ABC Sport. Sicily kicks towards the commentary wing. Big pack up off hands. Gunston at the drop. Immediately kicks towards right half forward. Ryan's got space to work with here for the Dockers. He tracks it back and gathers in his defensive 50. A switch of play. The kick was perfect to Johnson. Great play from Luke Ryan. Johnson sees what's in front of him. Sends it towards the southern wing. Boss marks one-handed. Got in front of his opponent in battle, but then turns it over. Moore's able to knock it to ground. Dudley looks to slap it forward for the Dockers. Amon going back, slapped it back into just a wall of traffic. Spills out again. Eventually it'll come to Hardwick. Got it from Moore by hand. Now to Amon at left half back. Bounces a kick along, wanted McDonald. He ran into Ryan. Clever little touch on the boot by Johnson. Probably should have picked it up. Allows McGuinness to come through and gather for the Hawks. Hand pass to Morrison. He's at left half forward and Wagner tackles him over the boundary line for a throw-in. Into time on in the last. 20 minutes gone. The Dockers are 11-3-69. The Hawks 9-10-64 in what is an absolute beauty on ABC Sport.
Every moment feels so crucial. Time on in the final term. Ball tossed in. Jackson taps it to the front. Newcomb was over it for the Hawks. Johnson extracted it for Fremantle. Gave it to Warner. Off to Bolton. High kick up the wing. Sicily v. Amos goes over the back of both of them. Voss comes through. Somehow spills Fremantle's way. Amos takes it. Handball to Murphy Reid. Inside 50. Tracy on the lead takes the mark. Somehow it just bobbled and ricocheted Fremantle's way. And Tracy will have a chance for, could you believe it, his first goal of the night.
And while it was bobbling, Fremantle fans were hoping it'd end up in the hands of Murphy Reid, the second best in the competition for inside 50 kicks behind Collingwood's Pat Lipinski.
Josh Tracy is a man for a moment. Normally a beautiful kick of the football. Josh Tracy. Kick is on its way. Double fist pump to the crowd. The Dockers give themselves some breathing space. Tracy delivers. He gets his first. Fremantle at 12-3-75. Hawthorn a 9-10-64. The margin is 11 points. And in this quarter, the Dockers have kicked 4 goals to just 2 behinds.
Just great bit of play, just kept the ball moving forward, came out the front, few too many Hawthorn players overcommitted, but it spilled out. Give it to the runner in Murphy Reid, and he's such a great talent. Josh Tracy, you wouldn't know that that's his first goal tonight. He's been outstanding all across the ground. Really big presence, down the line, inside forward 50. It's nice that he now hits the scoreboard himself.
It's Meek against Jackson, and Meek wins it down. He's having a mighty night for the Hawks. It came in the direction of Newcombe, gave it back to Warple, but a free kick's been spotted here going the way of the Dockers.
Put a bit of mayo on it, Shea Bolton, and it was the non-controlling umpire that spotted the high contact.
So Bolton will get it. Just caresses the kick in the direction of Frederick. He was able to ride the challenge coming from Sicily. Boots stand on the attacking edge of the centre circle. Tracy leading out towards it. The kick went his way, couldn't mark. Down to Hardwick of the Hawks. To Amon, who sends it towards the southern wing. It bounces and continues on its way, and Oscar McDonald gathers, and he's taken over by Deere. And there'll be a throw-in. Southern wing. The Dockers are 12-3-75. The Hawks 9-10-64. 23 gone in the last. It's Freo by 11 points. As we stand, the Dockers are back in the 8. The Hawks have fallen out of the 4.
Ball spun back in. Jackson in front of Meek. Tapped it down to Sarong. Bobbled off his hands. Then he goes, punches it down the line. Amon intercepts for the Hawks. Handball to Warple. Inside to Moore. His handball further afield to Connor McDonald. Couldn't take it on the bounce. And now he's set upon by a couple of Dockers. The crowd is cheering every moment.
It's courageous play from Hawthorn, but just weren't able to be clean enough. I thought they were out, but just the last minute fumble.
The Dockers lead by 11. The Hawks are right in this contest. Sarong taken to ground, had one arm free. Comes the way of the Hawks to half forward. Punched away from behind by McDonald. It spills to Watson. He takes on Ryan. Takes a bounce. Left foot pocket. He loses possession. And then the ball is knocked out of bounds. The Wizard took off. He took him on, and he just couldn't hold on. It's out of bounds. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for Hawthorn. They trail by 11. 25 gone in the last.
How's the wheels?
Yeah. Terrific pressure from Chapman, who got up a little bit worse for wear. Throwing in again. Meek tried to tap it over his shoulder. Warple couldn't gather. Ball there on the deck. Still free kick's been spotted. It's Johnson.
Will be against Warple for a hold.
And that might be 50, it is. It wasn't returned directly to Johnson. And then Brayshaw's claiming that he just caught one across the face. Not sure it was deliberate from Meek. I think he was just throwing his arms out to ask, what was that for? But that's going to be 50 metres for the Dockers. It will bring them up into the centre square. Johnson, the player who was being held by Warple. It lacks the return, to be fair, from Meek. So here's Johnson. Oh, this is dangerous. He went towards Oscar McDonald. Ginnivan closed him down. Was able to spoil it to ground. Oscar McDonald tried to pick it up. Looks to slap it out when he was tackled by Ginnivan. Emerging with it. Hardwick's short hand pass. Worked out perfectly to McDonald of the Hawks. Now on in turn. This is Moore. Kicks towards full forward. It's a 2-on-1 in favour of the Dockers. And then Brayshaw lends another bit of support. Picked up by Clark. To Johnson, arches the back, got it back to Clark with a clearing kick beyond defensive 50. He's going to go out of bounds on the full. The Hawks will get it back at right half forward. Still Freo, after 26 minutes, lead by 11 points over Hawthorn at Perth Stadium.
Connor McDonald inbound to Sicily. Just forward of centre wing. Kicks it into the pocket. Looking for Gunston. Can't take the mark. At ground level, the veteran rows it. Handball can't find a target. Cox picks up for Fremantle. His kick smothered. Rolls beyond defensive 50, and Switkowski is taken to ground over the boundary line by Sicily.
Experience as that ball was bobbling towards Switkowski. I think most people would know that he was taking that over the boundary line no matter what.
Plenty of time left in this game. 26 and a half minutes gone. The Hawks trail by 11. Can they get a couple of goals from the restart? Jackson takes possession and is taken to ground in a strong tackle, and they'll ball it up.
Sicily gone forward now for the Hawks.
He was the match winner in Tassie last year against the Dockers. Can the captain do the same tonight? Jackson taps it down. Ball bobbles around. O'Meara takes possession, wrapped up. Seconds ticking down. Late in this fourth term, Jackson taps it to Brayshaw, overruns it. Warple gathers, handballs towards Newcombe, but O'Meara's there to knock it out of bounds. We'll have another stoppage. Ball will be tossed in 70 metres out from the Hawks' attacking goal, just beyond right half forward. They trail by 11, Hawthorn. They need a goal.
They've kicked just 2 behinds in this quarter so far, the Hawks. Jackson won it down. Newcombe out after it. Switkowski got it taken high by Newcombe. And Switkowski will get the free kick. And now a bit of afters with O'Meara and Newcombe just exchanging pleasantries. Cooler heads eventually will prevail. O'Meara, of course, former Hawk, played 99 games for Hawthorn.
Excellent ball retention again from Switkowski. Just knew he was going to cop it. Handled the ball cleanly.
With the free kick, he comes towards the commentary wing. Unable to mark it was Tracy, but he's been given a free kick for having the arms chopped. And he's got it just in front of the interchange gates, and he moves it short towards the logo to Ryan, who's happy enough to go all the way back to Clark. They'll soak up some seconds here, Fremantle, as it comes to Ryan again. Still 11 points the lead. 28, nearly 29 minutes gone in the last. Ryan now on a bit of a run. He is forced to kick to a pack at left half forward. Jackson Rose got hands to it, couldn't mark. Tracy gathered at the drop, kicked inside forward 50. The ball still bouncing, scooping onto it. Amos works his way onto his left, kicks it high up in the air. Won't quite have the carry towards goal. Boss flew, couldn't mark. McGuinness tackled by O'Meara across the goal line for a minor score. It's a 2-goal game, 29 gone in the last.
Hawks are going to go down the middle. Battle. Plays on. Kicks inside the centre square. Impey can't mark. Watson in the back. Tries to tap it to his advantage. Switkowski's been everywhere. He steals it for the Dockers. Handballs wide to Wagner. Looking for a target on the southern wing. And Brayshaw loses his man in Ward. Takes the mark. Can chip it forward to his sparring partner in Sarong. And the Dockers are taking valuable time off the clock.
You no need to rush here.
They have a 2-goal lead. Sarong kicks it inside the forward 50. Voss can't mark. Tracy spills the crumb. Voss dives back in. Clearing kick from Hardwick. It's a tumbling ball. Comes to Connor McDonald. Inside defensive 50. He's pushed off it. Spills to Murphy Reid. His kick smothered. Ricochets up in the air. Spills to Nash for the Hawks. Handball out to McGuinness. He's tackled. Handball up in the air. Ginnivan dispossessed. O'Meara on the ground. Handball to Reid. His handball to Bolton. Tight in the right forward pocket. Wagner tries to break through. Tackled. Handball to Voss to kick the sealer. He misses, but it's a handy point. It takes the margin to 13 points. 12-5-77 the Dockers. 9-10-60 for the Hawks as they come out of right half back.
They're not messing around, Hawthorn. It comes to Ward. Got the arms free. The attempted Brayshaw tackle. Dangerous kick in the middle of the ground. Chopped off by Bolton. Sends it back in the direction of Brayshaw, but turns it over. Morrison in front takes the mark. Moves it short to Moore. Marking on the logo. Commentary wing for the Hawks. Kicks towards the right half board. Gunston out. Monstered to ground. Wrapped up by Oscar McDonald. Ball out the side for the Dockers. To Clark, to Ryan. Back to Clark. Short hand pass to O'Driscoll. Hard up against the boundary. Kicks to a contest on the wing. Jackson flew. Couldn't mark. Morrison down. Had it and gave it to Meek for the Hawks. Then to Amon, sends it deep inside forward 50, no mark taken. Gunston's able to pick it up. The hand pass was there for Watson. Ready to the Cox tackle, took him to ground, holding the ball. The Purple Army go berserk.
103 tackles have been laid by Fremantle tonight as well.
And Brayshaw just turned to the crowd and said, "Get up."
They are up and about. An enormous moment for the Fremantle Dockers and their supporters as Cox, who effected the tackle, takes the free kick, goes beyond defensive 50 into the hands of Amos. Not a mark, but it's been locked in. The Freo chant rolls around Perth Stadium. The ball put up in the air. Jackson palms it down. The Dockers in a statement win. Their coach questioned. Their players have answered on his behalf. Fremantle win by 13 points over the Hawks. We are the Freo Dockers. Freo, way to go. Hit 'em real hard, send 'em down below. Oh, Freo, give 'em the only home. We are the Freo Dockers. We're the rollers, we're the rockers. We're the mighty Freo Dockers. We're gonna roll 'em and we'll rock 'em. We're gonna send them to the bottom. And if they get up, we'll do it again. The Dockers stop at nothing, nothing. Freo, way to go. Hit 'em real hard, send 'em down below. Oh, Freo, give 'em the O-B-O. We are the Freo Dockers. Freo, way to go. Hit 'em real hard, send 'em down below. Oh, Freo, give 'em the O-B-O. We are the Freo Dockers. It's a win that puts the Dockers into the 8. Hawthorn dropped from 5th to 6th. Fremantle led by 5 points at quarter time. They trailed by 9 at the half, by 13 at three-quarter time. And the Hawks kicked just 2 behinds in the final term, while Fremantle put on 4 goals for to win by 13. Switkowski booted 3, Frederick with 2, Amos with 2, Bolton with 2, and singles to Tracy, to Voss and to Darcy. While for the Hawks, 2 to Deere, 2 to McDonald, and singles to Moore, Gunston, McGuinness, Ginnivan and Watson. In front of 49,460, we witnessed a beauty at Perth Stadium. Fremantle prevailing over the Hawks in a fantastic game of footy. And those in purple, they'll be celebrating for some time before they then have to face Collingwood next up at the MCG. The Hawks' next assignment, Port Adelaide. That's down at York Park. But for the moment, the Dockers fans will celebrate, as should their players. Victorious over the Hawks by 13 points. Let's get the thoughts of our experts here on ABC Sport. Saturday night footy providing a sensational contest here in the West. Peter Bell and Cara Antonio, what did you make of it?
Well, we made that it was a brilliant game, unbelievable game. And Fremantle in the end, in that last quarter, they just dominated field position. It was played almost entirely in their half of the ground. I want to make special mention, you probably heard it through the call, but Sam Switkowski in the last quarter, just his game management. He was clean when he needed it to be clean. His team needed him. He got it out of bounds. He had good ball security, and then he played with flair when the game demanded that as well. So well done, Sam. I thought that was a really strong leaders game, and well done to both teams. I know that sounds a bit hollow if you're a Hawthorn supporter, but your team was very good as well in the end. Just that last quarter, maybe the two rucks had a little bit to do with it as well. Darcy kicked a goal in the last quarter. Meekie was very, very good the whole night. He's improved so much over the last couple of years, and he's a hard worker, so it's really good to see him reap the rewards. But this is a big match because earlier in the week, JL's players supported him with words. We said the important thing was that they support him with action, and tonight they very much did that.
Outstanding game of footy, as we've mentioned throughout the call, and I just thought the pressure, I didn't think it would last for 4 quarters for both teams, but it was a finals-like atmosphere, final-like pressure. I mean, I mentioned it just before the siren, 103 tackles Fremantle laid. They averaged 58 for the season, and Hawthorn 77 tackles, who averaged 60. So absolutely outstanding game of footy based around pressure, and Fremantle in the end were able to set up behind the ball and and pepper the inside 50s and get on the scoreboard in that last quarter for what is probably their best victory this year.
Touching moment here, Michael Walters, who was doing a lap of honour at half-time. Both teams now have a guard of honour for him with his partner Marnie and his three beautiful daughters. This is a special moment.
It certainly is. We might hear from him. We won't actually. He's going to be lifted up onto the shoulders of Shea Bolton and Michael Frederick. And for the last time, we'll see Michael Walters leave Perth Stadium. So he gets the guard of honour and he's chaired off. Of course, retired last week, that announcement. Sad to see Michael Walters, one of the true greats of the Fremantle Football Club, saying farewell to AFL football. 239 games, 365 goals. Of course, he was an All-Australian in 2019 and 5 times Fremantle's leading goal kicker. And plenty of celebrations for him as some of his well-known teammates, Nat Fyfe, for example, just going across to give him a warm hug. And I did also see the coach, Justin Longmuir, head across as well just before he was carried off. Well done to the Hawks for sticking around for all of that. They now make their way down to their rooms. Tremendous game of football at Fremantle. As we said, they moved back into the 8 with that. Hawks knew they were a chance, and for a fair chunk of the game, they were sitting in 4th spot. Right now, they find themselves dropping one position from 5th into 6th. So the Hawks leaving the ground. The Dockers will continue just to show their love for Michael Walters. The captain not playing tonight in Alex Pearce goes across to wish him the best as well. Indeed, so many members of the Fremantle club staff head across to thank Michael Walters for everything he's done for the Fremantle Football Club. 12-5-77 the Dockers, 9-10-64 the Hawthorn Football Club. 13 points Fremantle winning by tonight, which means it's an interesting one for all of the, I'll be accused of being biased here, sorry for our listeners in Victoria, but for all the non-Victorian versus Victorian games tonight, they've all gone, or this afternoon indeed, they've all gone the way of the interstaters. Adelaide over the Bulldogs, GWS over Geelong, and then tonight Fremantle over Hawthorn. Of course, the other game, Richmond winning their first game since round 9 and their 4th of the year by beating the Bombers by 9 points. What a game of footy.
What a game, and such an important win for Fremantle. There's some statements made today. And look, I don't think Hawthorn would have lost any admirers today either. But, you know, the win is crucial for Fremantle. Keeps them in touch with that top 8, keeps them in touch with the top 4. And there's so much congestion there. But we talked about, you know, almost like a statement weekend. And Gold Coast made theirs, and GWS and Adelaide against the Bulldogs. And now it's been Fremantle's turn in a real arm wrestle, a really close contest. But they've come out the victors, and they deserved it. And just as Cara mentioned, you know, 103 tackles to Incredible. 78, massive numbers. 14 tackles for Andy Brayshaw and 13 for Lloyd Meek on the other side. So the big ruckman really rolling their sleeves up. He was a really physical player, so huge tackle numbers for both sides. O'Meara, 8, Johnson, 9. It was that kind of game, wasn't it? Just a tight contest. And in the end, Fremantle with their noses in front when it counted.
And they're all the tackles that stuck. Imagine how many, the amount that, you know, were half tackles or got slipped, and the pressure was outstanding from first siren to the end of the game, and it didn't waver at all. Obviously, each team had momentum swings, and you just didn't know which way it was going to go. And that third quarter, I reckon Hawthorn got their nose in front. They owned field position, locked it in their forward half of the ground, and come out in the last quarter, it was roles reversed. Fremantle did exactly what Hawthorn did to Fremantle in that third quarter, and owned field position, locked it in the front half of the field, and were able to hit the scoreboard truly.
They'll enjoy the win clearly, and a special night also for Michael Walters, but you know, the enormous challenge of Collingwood away next week. And I just thought it was important. Well, you actually circle those 3 games that Fremantle have had. The 3 tough games at this juncture of the season, and Sydney away, Hawthorn at home, and then Collingwood away. It was just so vitally important they win at least one of them. They've done that. They can throw everything at Collingwood, coming off a loss. Don't say that too often.
Yeah.
But, superb effort tonight.
Either effort stood out for you. I thought, this is going to sound crazy, but Sean Darcy delivering a goal was such a key moment. And I know that there was a goal after that to Tracy, but that's not really Sean's go, with the greatest respect. He had to go back and kick that. It seemed to be an enormous moment. And before that, Paddy Voss in that final term, who hadn't had a massive night, but also just kicked that much-needed goal to bring them back within 2 points. One of the big criticisms, I think, from Fremantle, and they've been fair ones, is too often they don't convert those chances. And the scoreboard's simple to see them at 12-5 to 9-10, but they did convert them tonight. People, when given those opportunities, were able to put them through. And Frederick got a couple, and Jai Amos, who quite rightly has been questioned for his ability to convert in recent weeks, he kicked a couple of telling goals as well.
And it won't be a massive night on the stat sheet for Josh Tracy and the one goal, but that was a thumping kick at a crucial moment, well outside 50 metres, and a sailed through, went into the crowd. But just his presence also through the night, a big contested mark when you needed it, and they're just so valuable, those contested marks. Relieve pressure, get territory. He was imposing tonight without being dominant on the score on the stat sheet.
And they have their doubters, Fremantle, and fair enough, they have some dips in form, but they've beaten 4 of the top 8 sides, and they've beaten the side in 9th behind them as well. They've beaten 5 of the other top 8 sides around them, so they have beaten good sides in this 11 wins so far this season.
Let's head down into the Dockers' rooms. Sometimes this can be a little bit ho-hum, but I reckon tonight I'll be pumping it out. The club song Akash Fadadar is there. Akash?
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, I think you're right. I think they will be pumping it out. Quite emotional scenes as they've come in down here as well. Michael Walters a bit teary, giving a big hug to Roger Hayden and Michael Johnson, a couple of past Dockers legends. But I'm pretty sure this song is just about to be belted out. And a packed crowd down here really enjoyed that. Plenty more hugs again for Michael Walters, who was part of the circle to sing the song with his teammates for one last time.
Well done, Akash. We'll be back to have a chat with one of the Victoria's Dockers players very shortly. What we might do in the meantime, though, just after the game, Andy Brayshaw, who was left bloodied as he left the ground, had a quick chat to Fox Footy. Here's what he had to say.
We're starting to really believe that we're a really solid 4-quarter team. We've got 2 rucks that can play out the rest of the games, and we really try and use that as an advantage. I thought they were both exceptional tonight, particularly in the 4th quarter. But yeah, the group's got a lot of belief. We're really confident with the way we're playing, and yeah, really fun part of club to be a part of.
What does this mean for the team?
Oh, yeah, massive. I mean, we got Sonny's whole family here tonight, and everyone, the whole footy club loves him, adores him. So yeah, send him off like this is pretty special.
Was pretty special indeed. Well done to the Fremantle Dockers by giving Michael Walters that last farewell and being chaired off the ground at the end of proceedings. So Fremantle winning tonight, and they move back into the top 8. I know that there are some games, people go, oh, they're all worth 4 points, but there are some games that just seem to be worth more than others, Peter Bell. We spoke about this in the build-up. It was the cliched 8-point game. You took 4 points off a team that you're going to be competing against to finish in the top 8, and we all think certainly the Hawks will be there, but you might be competing against them for somewhere between 5th and 8th if you're the Dockers, and the Dockers, they needed to win this one as well. So this seems to be one of those key moments that we could look back at and go, this is one where Fremantle, they needed to show their potential, and they did so.
Yeah, absolutely, for all of the reasons you've mentioned and the all-important, the ladder and everything else. But there was something else to it as well. There was I feel, an emotional response needed from the Fremantle players and the club, and they delivered that. And that is what would make their coach really, really proud, the way that they grounded out, the way that they stuck to the process, all of the things that he really values, the way that it was a four-quarter performance. It didn't go their way all night, and you expect that against a quality team like Hawthorn, but also the way that their leaders delivered when they needed to. And they're just small things, the game management, the buffering pressure, the absorbing tackles, the decision at the right time to slow things down, communication to set up defence. And I say all of those things about Fremantle, but I think anyone who watched this game would be equally impressed with Hawthorn. They were really good as well, so I wouldn't be losing any faith if I was a Hawthorn supporter.
We'll head down to the rooms in just a moment. In the meantime, we might have a look at some of the numbers as we wait for Akash Fodadar. Well, we know Fremantle tend to go into a meeting after they've had the club song, but we'll get someone as soon as we can. Mitch Turner's got all the other numbers in front of him, the one that matters most. Fremantle 12-5-77 to the Hawks 9-10-64.
Team numbers to start with. The contested possession count was an interesting one all night. Hawthorn won that 156-135. The marks, Fremantle had a bit more of the ball there, 67-64. The inside 50s were 51 apiece at the end. The hitouts, 56-51, Fremantle's way. The clearances, the Dockers edged ahead in that stat as well, 40-39. And the tackle count, 103 tackles to the Dockers, 78 for the Hawks. Individually, Jordan Clark led the way for everyone on the ground, 31 disposals. For the Dockers, Caleb Sarong had 29, a big bounce back for him, 9 clearances as well. Andrew Brayshaw, 29 disposals, 6 clearances, 14 tackles. Luke Ryan with 22 disposals. Matthew Johnson with 21 disposals, 7 clearances, 9 tackles. For the Hawks, Carl Amon was terrific all night. He had 30 disposals. Jack Ginnivan, he had 27 touches, kicked a goal as well. Jai Newcomb with 24 touches, 7 clearances. And James Warple and Connor Nash both had 22 touches apiece as well. They were some of the main numbers from the game. And the crowd figure, to repeat that, 49,460. That is the biggest crowd between these two sides that hasn't been in a grand final back in 2013. They went head-to-head for the premiership, and there was 100,000 there on that day. But this comfortably clears the second highest by 6,000. So they have turned up, both fan bases, and luckily for them, they witnessed an absolute cracking game of football that felt almost like neither side deserved to lose it. It was such a good game of footy, and that's all we were asking for.
Yeah, it was like that, wasn't it, Mitch? You do sort of feel a bit for Hawthorn, but unfortunately, most of the time, there can only be one winner, and this time it was purple.
How did you assess Caleb Sarong tonight? I asked because there was so much talk about how he'd gone in the last couple of weeks when St Kilda sat someone on him, and then, of course, James Jordan did a terrific job on him last week. What did you assess of Caleb Sarong's form tonight?
I thought he was very solid, and he was on, wasn't he? He got his hands on the ball from the very first centre bounce. I don't think he won the clearance, but he got his hands on the ball, but followed up very soon after with the second one of the match. And his influence, his intensity around the contest, his leadership as well, he just worked really, really hard, tried so hard, and he was definitely impactful in the game.
He had 13 ground balls as well, so his work post-clearance, I suppose, or post-first possession, first touch was outstanding. And, yeah, you just see what he's capable of. The drill inside forward 50, right, I think, was to Amos. Incredible, just... he's obviously been in super form, so when he's, kept to 11 touches, we question, but he's a very competitive individual, and he would have got to work during the week and no doubt has finished the game really, really strong.
He had 11 touches last week. This week he's had 17 contested possessions and 9 clearances, so almost as many clearances this week as he had possessions last week. And look, James Jordan's done that to a few players around the AFL. He's very disciplined, very good at his role, and he also went forward and the bit that would have really burnt Caleb with the 2 goals that James Jordan kicked. Everyone hates that, but he was allowed a bit more freedom tonight, and that's the way that Hawthorn approached it, and he was a very solid contributor, or better than solid contributor for Fremantle.
How did you rate the ruck battle? Again, I was really interested. The build-up, Lloyd Meek's been in great form, came in after 59 hit-outs last week, and it was always going to be a challenge when you've got the ability to be tag-teamed by 2 of the best going around in Jackson and Darcy. How did you see that battle tonight?
Well, I thought statistically it weighed very heavily in Meek's favour. I mean, the 13 tackles from the big fella, a couple of contested marks, the 48 hit-outs. and I would give him the points also. But there were moments there, the Darcy goal, the Luke Jackson surge through the middle, where they provided some real impetus for Fremantle as well. So I think both sides would be reasonably happy with what their ruckmen have produced in the game. But the direct answer to your question is, I thought Meek had the points today. Don't know how you saw it, Juddy.
No, I was exactly the same. So I'm just writing some notes. He again, for the big fella to ruck pretty much, I reckon, 85 to 95% of the time, with a bit of a chop out. I think Nash did some and Gaff did some in there. I thought he was outstanding. He probably should have hit the scoreboard earlier in the game, so that would have made his stats look a little bit better. But, yeah, incredible to work through both Darcy and Big Luke Jackson as well.
I just had to double check because I thought 103 tackles is a very, very high amount for a team. That is the highest tackle count any team has recorded this season. So the Dockers with 103 tonight. No other side has hit that mark in season 2025. And Hawthorn, to their credit, had 78 as well, which is a pretty good night at the office as well. You're looking for that 70 to 80 mark, aren't you, Belly?
Yeah, well, it was that sort of game. We thought that the ball would be in dispute a lot and highly physical, highly contested game, and both sides delivered that. So I'm not surprised with the huge tackle number, and it would please JL a lot because there's been times where they've been out-pressured, out-contested, out-tackled, even this season.
Certainly wasn't the case tonight. Fremantle by 13 points over the Hawks, 12-5-77 to 9-10-64. Richmond against Essendon was the other game tonight. We'll bring you some of those highlights and see if we can bring an interview to you as well, depending on how we position downstairs with going into the Dockers rooms. But the Tigers, 9-point winners over the Bombers, 6-10-46 to Essendon's 4-13-37. That'd be very interesting. I think the Bombers failed to kick a goal from memory in that second half. Mind you, the Hawks failed to kick a goal in this final term here, held to just 2 behind, so a huge result for the Fremantle Football Club. Akash Fodadar is ready downstairs. Akash.
Thank you, Clint. I've got Jordan Clark with me. Jordan, put into context how big that win is, I guess, in terms of the whole season. It's been a big week. I think your coach is probably a little unfairly criticised. You're coming off that game against Sydney, tight loss. How big is that win for you?
Yeah, obviously every win's a big win, especially a team in the top 8 who are, they're a quality outfit. So, you want to match up against those teams and always go well. And, we're able to do that tonight. It was a bit of a finals-like intensity out on Oval, if I'm honest, and I haven't played many finals, so I'm just having a stab. But, I think there was a really good performance from us tonight.
It was terrific to watch, and the intensity did look really high out there. What were you trying to take away from Hawthorn? What did you have to stop from them, and clearly did it quite successfully?
Yeah, we knew they bring a lot of pressure. They get a lot of numbers in around the ball. Aerial contest is a big part of that because, the small forwards are quite dangerous. They always get to the front, get to the feet. And, we actually weren't able to, fight their pressure as much as we wanted in the first half. And there was a big focus coming in at half-time. They'd scored a lot from our back half, which is their front half. And, that's our domain down there as defenders. So we tightened that up in the second half and were able to wrestle the momentum into our hands and, put a bit more scoreboard pressure on them ourselves.
How much planning did you personally have to do for the likes of Jack Ginnivan, Nick Watson, Connor McDonald and these types?
Yeah, no, I always do a lot of planning. I think about the game quite a bit when I'm at home, and I do watch a little bit of footy, so I know, what to take away from those sorts of blokes, what they want. They know what I want as well. So, it's a little game of cat and mouse at times, to give yourself a chance to win the ball, put the ball in a contest, or, roll off your opponent and impact. And, you just got to make split-second decisions because at times if you get it wrong, they're often on the end of it, kicking a snagger or something like that. So, I love playing on those types of small forwards because they are a couple of the best in the comp.
So what did you have to try and take away from them?
Yeah, well, obviously Nick Watson, he likes to get you sort of drawn in around the contest, suck you and get goal side. And then, he's pretty clever drop a ball, so you got to be pretty tight on him at drop a ball. And, he can kick goals from anywhere, so it doesn't matter where you are on the ground, you got to be right up his arse. So, things like that. And then, I felt like my aerial ability was probably going to be a strength to take away from those blokes. And, I felt like I could, get a bit of a run and jump at balls. I would go for it tonight. And, that's how the game sort of played out.
Let's head upstairs. We've got Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, Cara Antonio and Peter Bell.
Jordan Clark, Clint Wilden here. Speaking of your aerial ability, how was that mark not paid to you? We were staggered up here. What was the reason given downstairs?
Oh, I didn't even get a reason. The umpire actually told me to shut up, I think. So I was pretty filthy because, as a defender, you like to take intercept marks, and often the forwards get the easy ones. So, if a forward had got his two hands to it, often it's a mark. So, I felt like I was a little bit hard done by. But, I was pretty hot at the time, which, I probably went over the top and asked the umpire why was that not a free kick? But, I moved on after half-time. JL straightened me up and away I went.
Well, in your defence, we were thinking the same thing. It would have been a cracking mark. We couldn't believe it wasn't paid. Just one other one, broader game context. I know Belly and Cara will speak to you about this game in particular, but do you guys have any sort of idea about what's a 15-metre kick and what isn't these days? Because from both teams, there seems to be, a variance at times about what the umpires pay and what they don't.
I think there's been a few comments yelled out from a few of our boys, like step it out when they don't think it's quite 15, but I don't actually know how the judgment works or anything like that. I honestly am a little bit clueless how it works because some that are more than 15 metres don't get paid and some that go about 8 metres get paid. So it's go figure yourself, I think. I've got no idea.
Jordan Clark is with us, Peter Bell and Cara Antonio.
Clarkie, well done on the win. And I just wanted to talk to you about your marking. It's been an area, look, you've improved in many aspects of the game this year from an already pretty high standard, in my opinion, but your marking in particular, have you done a lot of work on that, or is it just a confidence thing? Because you've been taking quite a number of them and it's really added an extra layer to your game.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, Belly. I think, when my first year at Geelong, I actually had quite a nasty arm injury from taking a contested mark, and it set me out of the game for a while. And, ever since then, I think it took me a while to work out why I wouldn't run and jump for the ball or anything like that and put myself in vulnerable positions. And I think it came down to that. So, obviously bringing Jade Rawlings in this year, every session he sort of challenged me at the end of training, just go and run and jump on the bag or run and jump at the ball and do 5 at the end of the training with really good intent, and you'll be surprised that it'll build your confidence and it'll come out in your game. And to his credit, he's helped me massively in that area, so I've got to give him probably more of the credit for that one.
103 tackles you and your teammates delivered tonight. That's the most that any team has done in season 2025, and just your ability to nail the Hawthorn small forwards who do test you in that regard, that you can easily slip high on Watson and Ginnivan and Dylan Moore. Was that something you guys sort of trained during the week or were more aware of?
No, we didn't really train it. We did speak about it. They are those types of forwards that draw high free kicks. They're a team that does that. They probably did get a fair few tonight, but I felt, it was pretty crucial in the forward line at times that the boys knew they were trying to draw those free kicks, and, you just got to stay low in the tackle. And if you get body on them before you actually throw an arm at them, often the umpires will let it go. So, I thought we executed it pretty well tonight around goal, especially Lukey Ryan. I thought he was fantastic in that area.
And Clarkie, pretty good to have Sam Switkowski back in the team tonight, not only for the goals that he contributed, but just that right thing at the right time and game management in that last quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Swit is one of those players that, the wider AFL community probably wouldn't have a clue about and don't give enough credit to. He makes us so much better, not only with his leadership, the pressure he brings, but he is a classy small forward who's bloody tough to play on. And, he's a valuable part to our forward line. And I think he often goes under the radar, so it's due he gets his credit.
Jordy, Cara Antonio here. Well done on a fantastic win. Obviously, tough loss last week up against the Swans, and obviously got smashed in the contest, contested ball tackles, etc. Was there a key stat, I suppose, that was circled on the board tonight pre-game that you needed to win, or was a focus of the entire team to get the chocolates?
No, not really. I think, when we've been at our best, we've been really good in that area. So I think it was a matter of just cutting the shackles off and JL sort of saying, boys, we're just going to get after him. Like, we're going to get after him. Don't worry about, execution, but if our intent's there, we'll have blokes buttering up. We'll have blokes coming in. We'll have blokes backing each other up if they make mistakes. And I think that the game sort of typified that tonight, that we just had each other's back. When something wasn't quite right with a skill error or a fumble or a missed tackle, the next bloke was in having a red-hot go. So I thought that typified our performance tonight and held us in good stead.
And one of the blokes that got to work inside the contest tonight after a quiet game on his regard, Sarong last week, he was outstanding tonight. You obviously know him better than any of us up here. He's a competitive beast, but what does his week look like? I know he goes above and beyond with his craft, but what did his week look like leading into today's game?
Yeah, no, Seba is very thorough with his preparation before a game. I'd hate to know what he does at home. He probably sleeps with a footy or something weird like that, but does ground balls with his wife or fiancée, sorry. I've got no idea what he does at home, but his weeks are very professional. You know, he does a lot of vision, puts a lot of work into his game, his recovery as well, what he eats. It's you know, and he would have prepared tonight to handle the tag better, but we also as a group needed to play our part in that and help him as well. So, you know, Caleb's he's a superstar, and it doesn't surprise me. You don't keep him down and keep him quiet for 2 weeks in a row because, you know, good players like that always respond, and he certainly did tonight.
Geordie, I will tell you a little secret. He builds Lego sets, as we revealed recently. He builds Lego at home in his downtime, so that's what Caleb Sarong is doing during the week. So just let you in on that one if you haven't seen that one. Great to be joined by Jordan Clark from the Fremantle Dockers downstairs here on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner here with you, Geordie. Couple of questions. Peter Bell has given us a nice insight into Justin Longmuir and has told us, you know, throughout the week that he's a very structure-based coach. He takes the emotion out of things when the pressure is really on during the week. But as a playing group, you seem like an emotional group, a lot of guys that like to wear their hearts on their sleeves. Can you guys take the emotion out of it when you have your coach criticised, you have the club criticised? Do the players kind of band together and think, no, we'll keep the emotion in this a little bit and we'll fight hard for this?
Yeah, we absolutely keep the emotion in it. We love JL. I wouldn't say there's probably a player in the change room that doesn't have his back. You know, he's also growing as a coach. You know, I think, you know, no one's perfect. No one's absolutely mastered their craft. So, you know, I think he's one of the greatest impacts on my career so far. And I love JL. I've got a lot of time for him. And, you know, see him criticised after, you know, we won 6 in a row or whatever it was. He loses one game and he gets lined up from a mile away. I just think it's, you know, a bit unwarranted at times. But, you know, whenever someone like a family member or your best mate gets attacked, you always want to stand up for him. It's natural. And someone that you care about gets put down or criticised heavily, you always want to stand up and fight the fight for him. So, you know, it'd be rude of us to walk away and not have his back. So, you know, I think this club's like a family and you've got to stand up for each other at times.
Well answered. You've praised your teammates, your coach very well. This one's for you, Geordie. A couple of weeks ago, Luke Ryan told us on ABC Sport he thinks you should be All-Australian this year. There are a number of good halfback flankers in the competition putting their hand up this year, but do you feel like you're ready to get given the blazer at the end of the year?
Oh, I wouldn't say no, but oh yeah, I wouldn't be handing it back. But no, honestly, I don't play for that sort of stuff. I just want to be, you know, this team to go as far as we can, and me just to play to the best of my ability. So, you know, all the individual accolades, you know, they're great and all that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I think why we all play is to, you know, achieve the ultimate as a team, and that's what I'm on the path to do.
Big blazer winner, Clark. He loves to wear a blazer around the place.
I was going to say that. You probably haven't worn a blazer since your Guildford Grammar days, but it might be time to throw one back on, Geordie.
Yeah, I only wear them when Belly invites me to lunch. It's been a couple of years, so come on, Belly, get the card out, let's go.
You're on. You just get the All-Australian first and then... for sure.
No, it's all good. Thanks,
Jordan, congratulations on what's been a terrific season so far. Hopefully you do get the blaze. You certainly deserve it. Thanks for having a chat to us. You deserve a great mark today as well.
Yeah.
One out of 2 maybe at the end of the season.
Yeah, that's all right. Now I deserve a beer, so I'm off.
Good on you, Jordan Clark downstairs for the Fremantle Dockers. We're running out of time here on our coverage. That was a terrific chat with Jordan Clark downstairs. Fremantle winning by 13 points, 12-5-77 to Hawthorn's 9-10-64. So the Dockers move up into the 8, and Hawthorn have dropped from 6th to 5th. Let's get the votes. Sorry, from 5th to 6th. Good work, Clint. Let's get the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year and the Christian Medal. Who's responsible?
I am, and this was hard. This was very tough.
I thought that it was going to be a real tough night. So
Thanks for the handball
the
early.
responsibility to
Anyway,
Cara.
I'm taking full responsibility. I thought the one tonight, we spoke about the ruck battle, but Meek, I thought, was Hawthorn's best across the 4 quarters. Special mentions to Ginnivan, though. I thought he was outstanding as well for the Hawks. So the one to Meek. The 2 votes, Swakowski straight back into the side, 16 touches, 3 goals, 4 inside 50s and 8 score involvements. And across the 4 quarters, he was outstanding. And I've actually gone the 3. I just thought when push came to shove, they needed to win the inside ball. It was Andy Brayshaw that stood up inside the contest. 29 touches, 14 tackles and 6 clearances. I thought he was outstanding. But a few special mentions, obviously, to Luke Ryan and Tracy, I thought as well, were really good. And then the one to come across, Geordie Clark as well, Clint.
Okay, so Clark gets the 1 vote in the Christian medal, Switkowski 2, Brayshaw 3, and the Football of the Year, Meek getting the 1 vote in the Footballer of the Year.
It's a deep field, that All-Australian halfback position, but he's right in the frame, Geordie Clark. He's been an All-Australian squad member before. I think he's elevated his game, but I also acknowledge that it is a deep field.
Just a little bit of really bad news coming out of that Essendon Richmond game, and apologies, we've just run out of time to bring you a post-game chat and some of the highlights from that, but it is about Nick Martin. Some really bad news here. Brad Scott afterwards has said it basically looks like that Nick Martin has done his knee, so an ACL injury fear for Nick Martin, but the coach all but saying that he's done his knee. He was tackled by Ryan Mansell in the first quarter of that game. His left knee crashed into the AstroTurf.
It was on the AstroTurf, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep,
Sorry,
surrounding the boundary. So the damage done to the ACL in his right knee, and we're just having another look at it here, and it just looks awful from what we've seen on the vision.
Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame when that happens to any player at all. Has been an unbelievable story to this point after missing out on the draft for a few years and getting that opportunity to go to Essendon and train on, and one of the great ball users in the competition. He'll be back. All the very best, Nick.
And I would wonder again whether or not the AstroTurf is a little bit close to where the actual turf finishes. I understand the reason it's there, but when you can get one shove and you go across and you land on your knee on the AstroTurf, it wasn't the biggest hit of all time.
One feels like that will be a big conversation this week.
He was in bounds or on the boundary line, so he was in play. So, I mean, I think it was Campbell as well, then he's right too.
No problem with the push.
It wasn't like they were over the line, he pushed him. He pushed him in play, and he still hit the AstroTurf really hard, which is your point. It's just, I mean, look down here.
Looking at it right now, where the issue, I suppose, is, and I'm no turf expert, and it must be very difficult, but wherever it goes from natural turf to AstroTurf, it's not exactly a clean line, is it? There is a change in surface level and a few other things, so it's it's not good news.
I would still make the point, it's still too close. I don't know how you solve the problem, but yeah, and that's a good example. We're out of time, everybody. Thanks very much for your company wherever you've been around the nation tonight. Just repeating tonight's 2 games. Richmond by 9 points over the Bombers. Fremantle by 13 points against the Hawks. And in the games earlier on, the Giants by 26 against Geelong, and Adelaide by 11 against the Western Bulldogs. Tomorrow, Sunday AFL with Matt Clinch will get things started, and then our coverage of the games. Melbourne against North, St Kilda and Sydney, and we'll wrap things up in Adelaide with Port Adelaide taking on West Coast. Clint Wilden on behalf of Mitch Turner, Peter Bell, Cara Antonio and the rest of the team saying bye for now from Perth Stadium.
Top from which we had a length of string, a rather large hook that we put on the cobs from a corn cob as bait. He had a lovely lake there to his farmhouse, and the fish were absolutely mad for the food. I think we caught about 40 fish in about an hour. I said to him, what the hell are we going to do with all of these fish? His response was, I'm going to send them down to the village. So he got one of his staff to come with a truck, and they loaded up the fish and took them off to give them free to the villagers. He was very, very thoughtful chap.
Do you remember the first time that you met him?
Yes, first